Look. Well, it's different. Of course, I lose my Baphomet. Um, I did find this cool waterfall background to use. Hello, kids. If you're my new audience, welcome to the guy that wears the gay autistic Satanist that wears antlers, that talks about mental health, autism, neurodivergence, politics, other people, whatever we can find to talk about here. Um, this is my experiment with going vertical. So far, it is a little strange. So I do like the background a lot. Um, so I'll keep it going and see what happens. Once I have some panelists on, and the link should be pinned, I can play with the different arrangements and see how that works. But I'm losing a lot of screen real estate in this vertical mode. I hope y'all are appreciating it. I feel like I should have a story or something to read to the kids. Do they still do that? I I don't think they read stories to us when we were teenage. By the time we were teenagers, we had a youth group that I went to with my sister and her friends, and I think we read Bible stories. They told us Bible stories there, but that's about it. Um, anyway, and we do that too. We can tell Bible stories, and we can praise Jesus and do stuff in His name, and we can hail Satan and Allah and ourselves. It's probably all the same. Are you thinking of farming? What does that mean? Farming politics. Is that like when I watch the live videos? I'm open to it. Hey, Wombat, Combat, Wombat. Were you in combat? Did you serve? I'm trying out the new vertical. Everyone tells me they say wonderful, amazing things about it and what it could possibly do for a subscriber count. Hey, Vic. Hail to you. Hail, white Satan. Making more. What's content farming? Um, I'm I'm dumb, Philip. I'm half retarded. I truly am, especially when it comes to technology and modern technology. I don't know what content farming is or politic farming. I normally don't content farm. People content for me. I'll show little clips if somebody's streaming or something. I'll show little clips, but I don't like my whole content to be other people's shows. The troll army, yes. Well, thank you, troll army. For there's like 7 of you here so far. Not that you're all trolls. Um, I really have nothing going on. I have some Twitter stuff I could show, but I'm kind of reluctant to show videos in the vertical format. I don't know if the rules are different or if it catches more attention with the algorithm. So until I get a better feel for vertical, I don't want to risk copyright things. So we'll just see who shows up. I'll keep it going. And in the news, I saw that it's going to be close. Like I said, I'm preparing for a Kamala win. JD Vance, people are not loving him like they expected. It's between a meh and a active suspicion, distrust, dislike. I think my vote's pretty much locked in at this point, though. As far I'm just voting on values and what's important to me. Hello, Tella Klein. Welcome. I'm trying out vertical, so I don't. This is kind of an experiment. If it Once I get a panel going, I'll be able to tell. But if it doesn't go well, I might stop it and switch over to the other mode. Oh, really? They're not endorsing. I saw where I think BLM didn't come out for her. Is it part of because of her cop thing? She's super cop. Yeah, I saw that. I think it's going to be close, and I think in the long run, people are going to find her more stable than Trump. Even under Trump, I can't say it was for the most chaotic years of any president. So even though it reflects more of my own values, it was not the most stable experience. And I think people are going to just choose stability. Although there is the economy. I don't know. I think it's going to be close. But I'm just tilting toward the wokeness having a slight edge. She's a feel good vote. People can feel like they're doing something for minorities and women. I don't know. I just something. It's my intuition. I was wrong about Trump the first time. Maybe I'm wrong about her, but I just feel like it's gonna swing her way. Well, as somebody from the black community, there is many different types of black. It's not a monolith any more than white culture is a monoculture. Although I have heard that argument made for Anglo-Saxon Protestantism. Um, even just where I grew up, there was rural black, and there was the urban black, like inner city black or the projects. Um, completely completely different types of black culture, even within African American culture. But I'll speak for if nobody else is, I'll speak for them. But or isn't there channels like Chaotic Truth? I don't know. He might not be the best, but I don't know. I'm out of touch with my people. But I think each individual black person can speak for themselves personally, and I think they would fall all over the political map according to their values, their situations, their circumstances. What do black people need politically anyway? Last time it seemed like they wanted to take away the cops, or some of them did, and then the rest of them were like, "No, are you crazy? We count on those cops." That's what keeps our communities from even more dangerous than they might otherwise be. I don't get wanting a society without cops. I have, yes, and there's another one called the Coquettes that talks about in San Francisco, like during the hippie days, they had a commune that was transgender, gender nonconforming. But back then, it was all kind of just drag queens, and they had a musical troupe that they put together. That singer Sylvester from the '70s that did what is it? I feel you make me feel mighty real was part of the Coquettes. Hey, Daniel Barry. A cave? No, I'm nuh-uh. It's not a cave. It's a test. That is, I need to be able to say that I at least gave it a try, and that's all this is. So far, I'm not loving it. I don't understand why this is what people want. I don't. I'm not oriented to. I like the waterfall. I'm not oriented to myself on the screen. I feel like it's too much of me. There's not a lot of background context for it. Not that there was to begin with. I lose my Baphomet. It used to be free on YouTube. I was going to watch in the Discord one day. Um, we we could probably still find it because the gender stuff to me is not new. I was watching some David Bowie stuff just like today, and they had Andy Warhol and the Factory and all the drag queens and transgenders and gendings and genderlings that would come in and out of there. And then they had the Cockettes from San Francisco, and then they had David Bowie and the glam movement and the New York Dolls and all of that. And so they were gaying it up and transing it up, and and then Rocky Horror Picture Show came out about that time, and with the sweet transvestite, you had the Transylvanians. So I don't know why this stuff is still so new and shocking. It society has dealt with this on the cultural level, like on that scale, long before. It just seems like a politicized version of it, whereas it really wasn't before. It might have been cultural, making cultural statements. Is it "You Make Me Feel"? Yeah, mighty real. I sing really badly to get around copyright. That's what it is. So yeah, that's all I had. That's all this is right now. So until I get a panel. Oh, let me try my banner, see if that works. Um, why no banner? Oh, I have these different layouts. I can nope. I guess they only work when there's people. Fuck. All right, until there's another person, I'm locked into this layout and I don't get the banner. Oh, the banner's on the top, it looks like. How do I get it on the bottom? Edit? Scroll across the top? No. Why would I want it on the top? No. Oh, hang on. Scroll across the top. So I only can put it on the top. Okay, that's another strike against vertical mode. I don't want it on the top. I see it now. I want it on the bottom. I can't even read the top of my screen because there's StreamYard stuff that covers it. No, this is very unwieldy. Share your screen. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why. This is the one that everyone they said Midbro got a whole bunch of numbers from it. He's doing vertical now because it gets his numbers up. But if it's gonna produce crap content, I don't care about the number. I'm not willing to sacrifice numbers. I'll wait till we get a few more people on and I can test the panel layouts. Share your screen. Oh, I see. Okay, let me find something to share. Why don't I share my little chart that I love so much? Here. How does it look on? Ooh, that is so ugly. Y'all can't possibly like that. That's the spectrums of self-determination. Wow, it can't make it any bigger than that. Whoa, let me try my layouts. Hang on. Awful. Awful, awful. Look at that. Hideous. Eyesore. I can't even look at it. Okay, let's get you out of there. Hey, DeFreak. What's an interaction ratio? Like how many subscribers he has to how many people actually show up and watch the show? I'm so not a numbers guy, and I'm kind of glad about it. Uh, we're trying vertical mode, freak. So far, I am not. The only thing I like is the waterfall, and I can put that on regular mode just as easily. Wait, are you talking about Midbro? From his one vertical stream, he got 80,000 views and 200 likes. That should be criminal. Vertical should not make. Why is this the trend? I don't understand why people want. Is it? It's the TikTokers. It's the kids. Oh my God, I want to be the get off my lawn guy so bad with these kids, but I know they're probably the future, and I should be nice to them. Hello, kids, welcome. I think with queer culture today, I thought, yeah, kind of, sort of. Although queer is an odd category for me. It's a queer category because it doesn't have the meaning to my ear that it has to the new generation. But eventually, with enough intersections, you're just going to come right back down to individuality anyway. Like you could even take me for example. I have Cajun. The ethnicity is Cajun. Religion is Satanism. I'm a neuro minority with the autism, ADHD, whatever. The mutant. I'm a mutant. Um, uh, uh, Sexual minority. If you throw in the BDSM, sometimes people consider kink minority. I'm rural, which is now a category under Biden. So that's like what, 7 or 8 intersections already. I'm the only one on the entire planet that has all those categories. I've got it. There's no other person on earth already with those 8 or 9 categories all checked. So already I've crossed the boundaries between pigeonholing into individuality just by having enough categories that are different. So it I don't know. It seems very first world to me. Oh, so people are like, well, maybe the antlers will work in my favor, and they'll be like, wait a minute, that guy had antlers on. Back up. What's the Omegle, where people could randomly chat, and they have that. I'm not gonna play it tonight, but when I'm on normal screen, remind me and I'll play it. They have that little gay bashing video. It's really quite funny. But Omegle was like where you could show up. I tried it a few times, and they had chatterbait too. But anyway, Omegle is where you could show up and chat with a random person, and then if you didn't like them, you could just cancel them, and somebody else would appear, and you would get gonged all the time. Yeah, I don't like it. Consumption. I don't know if I want to be consumed. I think I'm like like caviar or a fine wine. Like you know how the rich people eat, their food is real tiny, but you're supposed to like eat it and savor each bite. It's not made to just consume. I think this stream is more like that. Maybe I'm idealizing. But yeah, I'm not liking it so far. But it is open panel. Um, of course, I can't see the banner because they force it at the top. But even being gay, like the whole thing for me being gay when I was the advocate was trying to show that it wasn't the most important thing about a person. Like gay and lesbian people were ordinary Americans. We did all the same stuff everybody else did. We just happened to have this one little aspect of us called gay that really only showed up in the bedrooms where it was nobody's business anyway. So I was for keeping it private. I'm a Scorpio. I like all that private. And so I wasn't one of these like there were some gay people at the bars. We didn't have a lot of political activism in my town, so there wasn't a lot of gay wasn't a political thing really other than coming out of the closet. But you did have some that their whole life was gay. Was about being gay, about going to the bars. Some of them did drag. Hey, Angel, what's up? I was not that type of gay. Because even when even when I realized I was gay around puberty, like 11 years old ish, the mic can be all right. They keep messing with my settings anyway. Um, I had a whole life before being gay to where that was not, even then, that was not the most interesting thing about me. So it was just one more thing to add to the pile, and it didn't define me at all. All right, I hope the mic is okay. STO, is that the guy from last night? Oh no, state the obvious. Okay. I'm thinking of STL. Oh, and also verbal combat is tonight as well. It's going to start in about 20 minutes. We can maybe peek in on that. Here, I'll throw the link. Um, looks like this one. Here's the verbal combat link. That's gonna. Yes, I did say I'm willing to sell my soul. I'm trying a lot of new things. I'm flirting with trolls or troll audiences. I'm trying the vertical. I did try the demon summoning thing, but it didn't. I couldn't pull it off, and the AI wouldn't tell me how to do it, and neither would Satan. So this is really, to me, it's the bottom of the barrel, but we'll see what it yields. Hey, Praline. But I'm getting on my end, I'm getting this much of the screen compared to what I usually get, which is the full screen. I don't see the point. Why do people want? Oh, they said because the swiping. It's like Tinder. We're being swiped, gonged. Go ahead. I can't claim that I have the most interesting content for the You need like that. Who's that guy? J-Reg, the ADHD brain that can spit out sizzle and boom, bam content like every millisecond. I don't have that. I'm old. I have to sit on the porch and whittle. Or in my day, it was we actually did this. It was shelling peas, shucking the corn. What was the other one? There was some other thing we had to do, and we would sit around outside on one of the patios in the rocking chairs and literally shell the peas, and we'd put them in a big tub, or we'd shuck the corn, and that's more like this pace. Or the other fun thing was we would make homemade ice cream with the evaporated milk, the condensed milk, and you'd have to sit on the bucket and turn the crank for hours. So we would take turns on the bucket, and that was fun too, like sitting on the bucket and getting to turn the crank. And then when the ice cream was made, you felt like you had put something into it yourself too. So it had some of your work and effort into it, and it was a community effort at the same time. I don't know. All that stuff enchanted me as a kid. I was easy. I still am. Um, Lindsay was going to come up and talk about. There's something called the gay affect, and there's actually a documentary on the gay voice, the gay accent. Um, Let me see what it's called. Now, I've never been able to do a real gay accent, and I've heard that it comes from. It's called "Do I Sound Gay?" It's an actual documentary, 2014, and that it comes from mimicking women in their speech patterns or imitating women. But the real gay accent has like a little thing in the back of the throat, and I've never been able to talk gay. That's probably the best I've ever done in my life. It seemed artificial to me, like when I first hit the gay bars and they were all girlfriend, miss thing, this, that, um, and gay accenting. It hit my ear as very artificial. I'm like, toddlers don't grow up talking like that. You have to learn that from somewhere. That comes from a TV show or a specific subculture. That's not a natural speech pattern that you would have growing up. That's something you've adopted as an adult from other people, from hanging around other people that talk the same way. Is how it always struck me. But now, in this generation, kids probably are growing up talking that way. It wasn't so much cult. I mean, it really wasn't that central. Like, gays are not that organized, if believe it or not. Um, it was more like sub cult. And then in my town, we had that one small gay bar, and so all the different subcultures had all shared one bar. So you had the lesbians, the country western people, the black gay subculture, the drag queen subculture, and the drag queen had the black drag queen and the white drag queens. There were like two different lineages of drag queens, and they had pageant competitions. So you were Empress so and so's drag daughter, child, something, and everybody knew each other's drag genealogy and history. It got really complex. That's why I just would grab a drink and sit in the corner and sip and just. I was like Miss Seeley at the juke joint, The Color Purple. Just take it all in. Um, it really wasn't. It was a small southern town, and finding people to talk philosophy at the gay bar was very hard. That's what I went for. Like my dream every Friday night. My friends would talk me to going out. We'd get ready. You do a lot of pre-fucking. Like going out there was a build up to it. You'd like go to dinner, then you go hang out at somebody's house and have drinks, or you'd go have cocktails somewhere, and then you go watch a movie because people really didn't start going out till like 11 o'clock at night. And every Friday, my dream was I'm gonna go out to the gay bar, and there's gonna be some exotic guy there that's into philosophy, and we're gonna sit and talk philosophy all night at the gay bar. And that dream never, ever, ever. I was at that gay bar for years and years and years and years and years. Never found my philosophy boyfriend ever at the gay bar. I was the one that if it was the '60s, I would have probably been there with the beret and the black turtleneck and the big long cigarette holder and my little copy of Sartre. Um, I would have been that crowd, like the urban art bar crowd. But as it was, I was a goth. I had sometimes a colored mohawk, had the dog collar, the goth T-shirt, probably this type of stuff. So I was the one that most normal people knew not to bother talking to. It was still Ali Sheedy in the Breakfast Club, even as a gay adult. TML the other night. I barely remember it. Oh, was that was the one with Pill Leader? And who else was on? Neurojack. You, I think. Well, thank you. I'm glad you remember it. Thank you. Yeah, TML is one of the few panels that I can trust going. Like he can handle the energy, he can handle the chaos. I don't feel like I'm going to be the problem child. And if I am, all he has to do is like just talk to me and tell me person to person, and I'll either leave or adjust or whatever. So, believe it or not, as crazy as this panel gets, it's also one of the panels I feel most comfortable uh, being able to handle me. Well, I sure hope some people show up because I don't plan to do this again just to do it. So I'm going to stay here as long as it takes to get a panel going and run this experiment. If I have to sit here and monologue all night, I have a whole pot of coffee going. Let me see who else is streaming. Maybe that'll explain some of it. Who is Chuck cheating on me with tonight? Oh, Flow State. Provo, of course. I'm competing with the big names. Um, what is Donald Trump's agenda? Yeah, how could you compete with that one? That one has 26 whole viewers. What is his agenda? Who knows? Provo looks like he's involved with something gay. Toilet bowl scholar. I'm trying to move away from the sewage level stuff here. I think there's so much more potential to do better. Oh, flow. Flows. Yeah, flow's often a problem in many ways. I think he's healthy competition. I get a lot out of competing with Flo and sharing a panel verse with him. I wouldn't want it any other way. He's. I realized today. I was thinking I'm very understimulated, and under challenged. And that's often the case with me because part of the reason is because my strength is collaboration, believe it or not, and finding people that can collaborate at the same pace and level that I'm at is hard. So I end up being like having to idle and coast to keep pace with everybody else. It's the same with hiking. When I had my hiking group, I would hike behind the group in the back of the group because if I hiked in front, I would be like 30 minutes up the trail from everybody else. So there's no way I would be able to stay slow enough to keep up with the group. So if I hike behind the group, there's enough people in front of me to kind of slow me down and help me keep pace. And that's fine on a hike, no problem at all. Um, but on like personal goals wise and well-being wise, it I feel very understimulated and underchallenged. I'm ready to go. I'm always ready to go, 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 and nobody else is. Even like going out at the gay bars. It the after the bars would close because they close like at 2 in the morning, but they would as long as they didn't serve alcohol, I think they could stay open, or we would hang out in the parking lot or something. So anyway, it was hours after that that people would finally leave, and the sun was coming up, and my friends were getting ready to like go home and drop off, and I was just getting started. Like I was that person that was still ready to go. It was 10 in the morning. It was coming up on noon. I still had my second wind. I've always been the person with that energy. Just it's just always been there. It's part of my mutant heritage. Yeah. Well, maybe I will try to play a video. Verbal combat starts in like 7 minutes. Yeah. This is like the growing up. Friday night was like prime time TV. There was a lot that happened, at least for kids, because we didn't have like bars and stuff to go out to. And so you had like your main programs, and then you had the programs that competed with the main programs, but knew they didn't really stand a chance. And I'm one of those. Like if you didn't like Dallas or Dukes of Hazzard or whatever else was on that night, BJ and the Bear, Chips. Oh, you know what? Don't feel bad because that's most of us. I think most of us are shut-ins with no lives. I honestly do. And that's not a negative judgment. But it seems like everybody I talk to, none of us leave our house. We have all the time in the world to live stream, go on panels, watch movies, watch TV shows. And I look back and I want to feel like it's sad and pathetic, but I love it. Plus, as a slacker, as a former slacker, this is like the new cyber slacking. This is right. This is my zone. If I'm gonna make anything happen at all, it's gonna happen in this zone. I never liked their. I have some I could show y'all. I never liked their rainbow. Even as a kid, even as a little gay kid, I thought they were corny. Like didn't they have the little rainbow outfits? The rainbow suspenders. I couldn't get past the outfits. Maybe that was a credit to my gayness, or maybe it was gay impaired. But for some reason, for those that don't know, let me show you what we're up against. Here, I'll get a chance to share a screen. Tell me, can you see it? I know it's tiny, but this is Mark and Mindy, a popular sitcom, see, 1978 to 1982. This was coming of age. This is what I came of age to. Robin Williams in gay suspenders. And these cut outfits. That looks like something they would punish the house guest on Big Brother with nowadays. Look at this. The hairdo. This, y'all, Gen X. Um. Oh no. Oh Lord. I I have my imposter syndrome will not let me accept that. I'm just gonna say learn to say thank you. I had a friend that told me that she watches me and that I have a very soft, comforting voice and that I was like a gay, autistic Mr. Rogers if he was also a Satanist, and that she watched me because she found me very calming. And speaking of, I found some stuff the other day I've been meaning to share. I guess tonight is as good a night as any. Um, this was salvaged from. This was childhood. Let's see. This is what we did in school growing up. I don't know if y'all could see it. Oh, it's vertical. It shows it very nicely. This is Le Monde Acadien de Tijon, the Cajun world of Tijon. And I want to just point out first that this was the new generation is not going to appreciate this. But if you look real closely, you see some old. I'm kid. This is from like when I was like probably 6 or 7 years old. This is from the 70s, y'all. It's old paper and it's purple. See, Tijon is a little Cajun boy. He's purple. He has a purple ink. This used to be our worksheets. They used to go in the teacher's lounge and they had this machine with a bin and it had this purple ink in it. And the best days were when they freshly copied something, like they were freshly copied worksheets because that ink, oh my God, what I wouldn't give to smell that purple ink today. You could get high off of it. It was so everybody was when they passed out like freshly mimeographed worksheets, the whole class, like all the little first graders, were sitting in their desks smelling that ink. It smelled so good. You will never get that smell today, this generation. Y'all bypass that along with film strips. Um, so look, this is a little workbook we made. It's all about Cajun life. Let me introduce you to a little Cajun boy named Tijon, and it's written in Cajun French or actually Parisian French. Cajun French is not really written. They taught us standard French, and then English. And we would color. Look, it has little Cajun poems, poetry, and you're supposed to color. I don't know why I didn't do my coloring, but see, it's the Cajun women cleaning the house, sweeping the floor in the kitchen, very traditional culture. Of course, mine was nothing like, but so I thought y'all might enjoy seeing some of an actual Cajun coloring book growing up. This is probably can't see it, but it's an old Cajun house in the swamps with the cypress trees. So at a very early age, we were absorbing this culture. But this is the kicker. This is the y'all gonna enjoy this one. So this was probably kindergarten. I was about 5 years old, and I remember each day we would do one of our letters. We were, of course, I already knew how to read by then. So this is the A. So far, so good. Red apple. Now we get to B. B is boy. All right, you can see it already setting in. Look how very colorful. Look at that boy. God, my God, was that our masculine role models growing up? Let's see what C does. Is it cat? Oh God, cake. Not too bad. Chocolate cake. D. All right, here's where it starts. D, the dog. Y'all could see I was already getting bored. Look at that small D. Look how colorful. Look at all the rainbows coming out. E, elephant. A little more rainbows. By the time you get to F, look at that F. Proud of that. This kindergarten, y'all. G, look at here. Here we go. Look at G. G, two big old. I was mastering those rainbows. Look at this horse. Who would not want this magnificent specimen of a horse? Hand colored. Can I read? Look at the J. Look how complex these rainbows become. Masterpiece rainbows. Look at the color level, the intensity of the color, the granularity. Look at the time I took on those stripes. This is this is one of my most proud. Look at this. Why is this not in a museum? I even made look. I made vertical rainbow. See this one? It goes vertical. I was innovating. Look, and then look, diagonal rainbow, the mouse. Look at that. I will try to read some of the poetry if that's what I'm going to work this vertical as much as I can. This is the TikTok crowd. Coloring books, I think, is the way to reach them. Look at this owl. Look at this O. Y'all, it has rainbow energy coming off of it. I don't know if y'all can see. And it's like saturating this other O rainbow disc at the bottom here. This is one of my absolute favorites, the pig. Of course, we have the rainbow letters, but look at the pig. Look at the time I took on this pig. I gave him spots, and we had the neighbors had pigs, and none of them were black with white spots. They were all pink. I don't know where this pig came from. The rabbit, some more rainbows. The sun, bright and shiny, except for that black S. Very complex messaging there. Look at my gay turkey. Turkey time, Thanksgiving. Look at that. I'm surprised. In many ways, I don't know that I've done better work than this. And it goes on and on. Here, I'll show you the zebra. Why I didn't take the opportunity to rainbow the zebra, I don't know. I think that's one of the biggest shortcomings of this. um, oh my God, this is a this is a nursery rhyme book. Look, we tied it together with string. I somehow pulled this off, or maybe a teacher did it for me. But this is hideous. Look at Jack Sprat and his wife that ate no fat. His He ate nothing fat and she ate nothing lean, but they look just awful. Sorry, Sprats. I will attempt to read one of these poems. Like I said, I didn't even color my book, so I don't know what happened here. Bonjour, je m'appelle Tijan. Je suis Acadien. I am Acadian. J'ai 10 ans. I'm 10 years old. J'habite au village dans la rue de la Louisiane. Something la Louisiane. Je demeure avec mon père, ma mère, mes soeurs, et mes frères. My mom, my dad, my mom, my sisters, my brothers. C'est la famille Thibodeau. That's the last name. So it's not a poem after all. It's him introducing his self, but it's written out in verse. Voilà maman. Ma mère s'appelle Dominique. No, yeah, Dominique. Elle est gentille et un sourire doux. Maman est très diligent aussi. She's diligent as well. Man, this is all coming back. Yeah, I don't remember what grade this was. So sorry, they weren't poems. Yeah, you're right. They didn't. They didn't even spot the gay. I don't know how they missed that. Autism. And now they have the ADHD. which I just call neurodivergence. But I see this a lot now too. Oh, it looks like blood sports is beginning. Let's see who's on. I also want to see who's on flow. Yeah. Music sounds like from the 80s, the early 80s. All right, he's coming on. He's talking. Here, we can pop in on.
Friday. I hope everybody has had a beautiful, beautiful Friday.
See, I hate this layout.
Okay.
That's how it was with Midbro.
I
They were
hope
watching Biden's
everyone's
speech.
ready
They were all at the bottom
for
in little tiny
tonight
boxes. You couldn't see anybody.
because we're
Look at
doing
his
things
hair.
just
Oh
a
my
tiny
God.
bit different than normal.
I kind of like it.
It's a bit.
It's Jesus
You know what I'm
hair.
saying?
Jesus for the new millennium.
Tonight, right? Well, let me first introduce you. Verbal Combat Fridays. Okay. Every Friday, normally 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time
Blood
to
sports.
2:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We've moved it back an hour tonight for some things that I needed to get done. But the open panel, blood sports debate, everyone can join. Not everyone stays. Okay.
It's true. I've seen them do that to people.
I will be putting up random topics throughout the whole night. The fighters will be debating it. Very little moderation. Okay. Tonight's going to be a little different because I will also be participating.
Wow.
I have a mystery host in the back, going to be helping with certain aspects like highlighting chats. The soundboard attacks, I won't be doing them tonight. It will be done by someone else so that it will be random to me as well. So had to make it fair. The only thing is I can't win. The only way I win is if I beat everyone to leave the panel or something like this. Other than that, I won't be on the final poll.
Okay. Oh, let's see. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. It's selfish. It may even be immoral. I'm a Satanist, but here we go.
Hi now. It's been a long time since we last
Brandon,
met.
welcome. Have you streamed vertical before?
No.
I'm trying it out. It's weird. How are you doing?
How come you never let me on your panels lately?
Well, because we run a different type of show, you and I. So I'm trying to keep mine bounded. Trying to
My
stay in
sub
my
count
lane.
is now 3276.
3276. So you're still on your way to 4,000.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, that's not too bad. What's the difference between these? Oh, I see. Okay,
I'm on my
this.
goal to it's gonna take me about quite a long time to get the 4 trying to get the 4K. Okay.
Have you discovered any new strategies for growing a channel?
Not really.
Mm. Oh, what do they win? You mean on Verbal Combat? He promotes their channel for a week, I think, and they get the title for the week. How many? Not sure. If you are from Brandon's channel and you haven't subscribed yet, we're almost there. If you wouldn't mind helping us out, I don't mind shamelessly begging at this
The
point.
goal to reach 4K.
It's for a higher cause. I could rationalize it that way. Everyone else does.
I'm trying to get the 4K 4000.
Here, I will put Brandon's channel in. Oh, I got to sneeze. No, it's just for clout. But you should go. It's fun, freak. You should go. Like you might not last, but it's good blood sports practice.
Mm-hmm.
Proby, is that honestly? Come on, is that honestly the worst you have on this guy that he eats his boogers? Y'all could do better than that. I need more than just booger eating. This is an autism panel.
That's
I
me.
gotta have something stronger than eating boogers.
There's a bowling league. There's a bowling league for me coming next week.
What's happening next week?
A bowling league. A bowling league.
Welcome, Philip. We can see your
Mondays from
ear.
5 to
Half
7.
of your
And I
ear.
will no
Welcome.
longer be available
Yeah.
on Mondays. From that time.
Do what, Brandon?
Every Monday I go bowling.
In real life?
Who just showed up on the panel?
Is it the disco bowling? With the
It is
cool
the one in
lights?
Wilmington.
What's up, Philip?
Mic check.
And your name is Flip.
Philip.
Philip.
Hey, brothers. How you guys?
We might as well get this out of the way. What is your favorite Looney Tunes character?
It's the Roadrunner.
Hey, that's my favorite.
Popular choice.
How are my brothers doing?
I'm trying out this vertical thing. They tell me it's going to bring numbers.
I'm glad you're trying out something new.
That is my favorite.
Why is it your favorite?
Roadrunner and Coyote are my favorites.
Oh, okay. Mine is it's the ability for him just to like go through life without trying or making it look like he's not trying. You know,
That's
like he makes.
Sprezzatura.
Pardon, Jeff?
I said that Sprezzatura that he has, where you make something hard look easy.
He's always managed just to beat the Coyote with just one step ahead, always one step ahead of Coyote, and just doesn't even break a sweat.
A lot of people say I have the best streams.
So not much has changed.
I've heard you say that. I've been there. They're good streams. I like them. They're the best Looney Tunes streams I've ever been to. That's for sure.
I think it's the only ones I've been to.
The only
I saw you did one with TML the other day. That was surreal.
Yes,
or is that coming up?
He was on there for 3 hours.
Wait, he went. Machine Lies went on your show for 3 hours. What did y'all talk about?
I'm on one.
What was his favorite Looney Tunes?
Oh, he muted because of the dog.
Oh.
Jeff, are you ready to go serious? You ready to get serious?
I am. I think I'm gonna grab another cup.
Oh,
so if
then you weren't ready, Jeff. You weren't ready. You have to go
get I didn't say I was definitively. And I will be ready in like
this is a weird way of putting it, but you'll understand. Cup check. What's in your cup? What are you drinking?
Coffee. I had a whole pot going.
Really? You're drinking coffee right now? It's caffeinated, like real coffee?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to stay up? You trying to do this whole vertical stream for 24 hours?
Yeah. Well, no, not 24 hours.
He said,
I want to give it a good run. I probably will only try this once, so I want to give it a good, thorough run.
All right. Well, go get your coffee. We'll get serious. Let's do this.
All right.
Brother.
I'll be right back. You and Brandon chat.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. Do you guys drink coffee? I gave up coffee. It's not something I'm a fan of. Don't really need. So yeah, I don't drink coffee. It tastes like burnt beans. So I don't really need coffee. You guys drink coffee? Starbucks? Is a fan of Starbucks? So I noticed there's a lot of opinions about vertical streaming. What do you guys think about it? I saw you guys don't like it visually, but I mean, it's Jeff. It's So just you like coffee because it makes you feel good. You like the taste of it, or straight coffee? Ticky Tack?
I'm back.
You are. Yeah, we asked you a question, but you took off. Oh,
What do
Machine
you
Lies.
need?
Yeah, Machine Lies. You streamed with him, yes?
I streamed with him yesterday.
All right. And did you ask him what is his favorite Looney Tunes?
Yes.
And what did Machine Lies share with you?
Marvin and Martian.
That's a Looney Tune?
Yes.
And then did he explain why? Because Marvin's very clever, right?
He says I have the best streams.
Oh, okay. All right. And Ticky Tacky replies, lots of cream and sugar. I mostly drink it for the caffeine. Shout out to Ticky Tack. Thanks for sharing, dude. Yeah. Yeah. My coffees used to look like, they're, blondes or, blonde coffees. There are a lot of cream and sugar.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Do you drink coffee, Brandon? Should everybody be drinking coffee right now? Is it a coffee stream?
No, I don't
Everybody,
drink
get your
coffee.
coffee stat. Get your coffee check. Coffee check, guys. Coffee check. Get your coffee. All right, you're back.
I don't drink coffee.
You just Looney Tune?
Oh, I was on mute. Hey, Ticky Tack, by the way. Cool. Yeah, it can be a coffee stream. Whatever people want to drink.
I'm a tea guy. If I'm not drinking water, I'm drinking tea.
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 What kind?
Sweet tea.
I don't drink tea either.
You just drink water?
Yes.
That's good, brother.
Okay. Well, since we're getting serious, do you want it to be just us?
Oh.
No. My question was, it's about mental health. And I know, your streams, generally your channel is about mental health. And my question is, how many people are really have mental health or just haven't leveled up, personally? Or is mental health a low-level person?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Because I personally thought I had autism. I was Asperg. I would hyper-focus on things. But then I realized I don't have control on these things. So I gave up spurging. Right? So I thought I had something. And I probably, if I didn't do anything about it, I probably could have got diagnosed as somebody who was autistic.
I'm autistic.
Focus? You are.
Well, I only focus until my task is complete.
I just
right?
call it all.
Or if it's negative to somebody else, then I know to stop. I recognize.
I'm autistic.
Thanks for sharing, brother. What kind of challenges?
How do you recognize that? That's what we don't. That's what I don't have.
I recognize it is I take the extra. I slow down. And I capture my time, my frame, to recognize what's going on in the moment. Like, for example, if I'm talking to you and I recognize that what I'm saying is frustrating you, then I have the opportunity to change the subject. I have the opportunity to change my tone. I have the opportunity to present the topic in a different way, or even change the topic so we both move forward positively. Instead of being stuck in a rut trying to, argue. I notice a lot of people argue semantics or whatever. There's little details when really there's a bigger war to the topic, or there's a bigger subject. You guys are fighting over definitions.
So you adjust.
I stop. Yeah, I'm adjusting.
You adjust what you're trying to say to the other person. You're able to figure out how it's. Like what I have to say is independent of how somebody feels about it for me. So it's important for me to give a true account of my mind, of what's in my mind. So I just do that part of it. And then if somebody has a reaction to that, that still doesn't change what it is I have to say. You just adjust how you say it, I guess.
Correct. And it's also, I recognize intent. I have to recognize intent. Before, I wasn't recognizing intent. I was just being a noisemaker. I just wanted to be a voice heard. I wanted to be heard. So not recognizing what I was doing to others. And shout out to Praline Queen. She'll be right back with a cup of hot tea.
Yeah,
Oh.
how much is mental health these days, and how much is just poor resiliency? Or
Ah, I agree with that comment.
I agree with that comment right there. Phone ticky tack.
Oh, and then Mr. Brandon. Can I call you Mr.?
Yes.
All
I'm
right,
on
Mr.
my goal.
Brandon.
I'm on the goal to 4K.
Oh, that's right. How's
oh
that goal going,
wow,
bro?
Jack, the Darko guy, made it to verbal combat. All
Good.
right, let's
I think
see.
he's
I'm
gonna be
bringing
a
you
good.
up, combat wombat. Let's. Hopefully you are who you say you are, and hopefully you're not going to porn bot me. Let's.
Hey,
Welcome.
Jeff. Hey, Phil.
And it looks like we got another. Did I met that user before?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I
Awesome.
can.
Yeah, just thought I'd pop up and introduce myself and say hi.
Do I
Most
need to get
people-
my archers
Do
out?
you have a channel? What's your channel?
I do. It's the handle is Combat Wombat 177.
A lot of people say I have the best.
There's a ton of
Wait,
Combat
hang
Wombat
on, Brandon.
channels.
Combat wombat.
Let me drop it in. Yeah,
All
let me
right.
drop it in the back chat. Thank you.
Archers to the gates.
Hey,
Let's
Corsair.
go. Let's
So
go.
I'm not loving this vertical format.
Knights
at
to the
all.
ready. This guy wants to go. I'm defending my land. No, but why is your name Combat Wombat? Welcome, brother.
Because a couple of reasons. I'm Australian.
Wombat.
And,
Yep.
So
it's the name of a dirt bike.
Mhm.
It was a dirt
actual
bike
name
from the
is-
70s. Yeah, called Combat Wombat.
What was the how many CCs?
I don't know. I think
Or
I never
whatever.
had one.
Oh, do you think it was a heavy?
I think it was pretty
CC,
small.
like-
It might have been like 250, 300.
Oh, it was like a zippy bike, not like an enduro 500.
Combat
CC.
Wombat.
No.
All right.
Hey, Brandon.
I
What's
like
up,
the
man?
name, brother.
here,
I like
I
it.
will pop Wombat's channel in.
Yeah, I enjoyed the discussions the last few days, Jeff.
Mhm.
Well, good. Thank you. I'm glad they've been interesting.
If I had a wrench, I would put my channel in the public chat.
I think I dropped yours in earlier, Brandon.
Thank you.
It's in
Yep,
there.
that's it.
Here, or maybe I
Yeah,
didn't. I'll put it in one more time.
Should I call you Combat? Should I call you Wombat? Combat Wombat?
Wombat's good. Thanks,
Wombat.
Philip.
So you said you had a YouTube channel. Are you currently making content?
I am.
Share with us, brother.
And I put Wombat's channel in there so you could give him a
And there's my
subscribe
channel.
and a like if you want.
The content, so on my main channel page, there's a link to my other channel. And most of the content I make at the moment is someone who's been on this channel recently. But I don't want to bring that to this panel.
10-4,
People
brother.
can go click on it and look at it, but
I
I
play
don't want to
video games.
bring that
Oh,
in.
you're
into
talking about your
Jeff's
friend.
channel. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. So, I mean, so far he hasn't really brought. I was more worried about some of his friends that were coming on the panel than I was him.
It can get a bit heated.
Hey,
I'll use
Jeff,
it.
you want to join the cool?
The Combat
Club.
Wombat has a favorite character
Glasses.
from the Looney Tunes.
Do what, Philip?
Yes.
Wombat's got
Taz.
glasses. I got glasses. Go get some glasses.
Sure. All right.
I'm joking, brother. No, I'm just.
No,
joking.
I will. I can do that.
Yeah, Jeff, you're not very
All right,
visioned.
Here, y'all figure out his favorite character, and I'll be back while y'all do that.
My favorite? Yeah.
From the Looney Tunes universe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which one is
It
it?
is Taz,
Why?
because he's Australian.
I thought he was Tasmanian.
Yeah, Tasmania is a state of Australia.
Really? I thought that was a little island off of Africa.
No, it's an island off Australia.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. There you go. Rock and roll. Mine
Yeah.
was the Roadrunner. Because
Yeah, I like the
he's
Roadrunner.
always seems one step ahead of the
Who
Coyote
was it?
without breaking a sweat. It was the devil,
Yeah.
not the devil, the Tasmanian devil, Taz.
Oh yeah,
Tasmanian devil.
Taz. That's one of mine.
Taz. Yeah.
Was that actually his name, or did he have like a basic name?
I think his name was Taz.
Taz.
Let's look it up.
Brandon would know.
Yeah.
Well, but it was Jen.
Did Tasmanian Devil have a name other than Taz?
No, it
Yeah.
says, I think Tasmanian Devil was his official name and commonly referred to as Taz.
Cool. I like your glasses, Jeff.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you.
So, Wombat, you
Yes,
said
sir.
that there were some discussions that you enjoyed lately on Jeff's channel. Was there any
Yeah.
topic in particular that you enjoyed? Or is there anybody on panel you enjoyed?
So I think it was just Jeff and some other folks. I liked the discussion on like Christianity versus Catholicism and is Catholicism Christianity. I liked the one about perpetual motion and the
Oh,
different watch movements. I went down a rabbit hole on watch movements.
yeah. Do you have anything for us? Any insight?
Yeah, so I went down a rabbit hole, and perpetual movement, automatic, and self-winding are all mean the same thing. They're all watches that wind themselves, by the movement of your wrist. There's
Oh.
also watches with perpetual calendars, which is a completely different thing. That's a watch that has a movement that will tell you the date, and month, even allowing for leap years. So if you ignore leap seconds and those things, it will keep the correct date and time in perpetuity. And so that's a perpetual calendar watch.
Wow.
And I guess
so
perpetual movement is a bit of a misnomer because it just
That's
runs
what I was
down
about to say.
as soon as you
It's
take it off.
Not a
Well,
strict.
not as soon as you take it off. Yeah.
You have to keep the wrist moving to keep it in motion,
Wound
to
up.
keep it perpetual.
Yeah.
What happens if the machine generates more energy that you input it over time? Is that considered perpetual or no?
How does it do that?
Is that in the realm?
I think that would violate
for
the
example,
law. Well, if you're talking about a
someone-
system, it would violate the laws of thermodynamics.
Pardon?
If you're talking about a system and getting more energy out of a closed system than you put into it, that would violate the laws of thermodynamics.
No, it wouldn't necessarily. No, I don't think it would. But would that? But the first concept, would that be a perpetual motion machine? If all I needed to do was activate it, and after that, it created energy more than what I put into it. Is that a perpetual motion machine or no? Does that break that law?
I don't know because I can't really imagine what you're describing.
Because what I'm describing is.
Or I don't think it exists. I think if it did exist, yes, it could work.
It does
move
exist, but people aren't
perpetually.
using it for machine purposes. It's just a gravity pump, right? You have a
What is
lower
that?
you have a lower tank and a higher tank, right? And you're able to siphon the water from the lower tank to the upper tank through gravity, right?
Right, but
And as
that's
long as
no.
so
That is using
that
energy.
flow-
You have to
that
divert.
flow
Yeah,
is natural. It's a natural flow of gravity.
right.
you
But the
start
way
to-
that works is that pump is powered by diverting 90% of the flow from the
Oh,
tank.
now my subcat's growing now.
Naturally, right?
Do what, Brandon?
There's no energy.
My
It's just
subcat's
a
even
natural
growing even
system.
more and more now.
You're
Well-
just converting. You're taking the entire flow, right? Slowing it
Mhm.
all down, and then using the energy gained from slowing it down by pumping about 10% of it up.
Correct. But with that flow, after you have the waterfall effect going into the upper tank, to create the heavier tank, you can put a small motor in there that has a turbine on it that would turn in the flow of the waterfall,
Right.
and then you can create energy that way. The
No,
only activator
because you've
is
lost
you
energy
starting
in the
siphon.
90% of water you diverted to do that. You
Yeah.
lost energy in that 90%. That's where that energy
Thing-
comes from.
How would I lose energy in a closed loop system? I don't get how I lose that
don't.
energy.
You don't.
Ex-
The energy
exactly.
you gained in that
Closed loop.
turbine comes from slowing down the 90% of the water. Forget the name for this.
Yeah, but
And
I'm not losing energy by slowing down the water.
You are. That's what
and
comes from that
Combat
10%
Combat
upfall.
Wombat. Did you look at my channel yet?
I have not. Your name sounds familiar,
Anyways, this is like, see right here, Jeff?
Again.
This is one of the examples I can see right now that we're stuck in a conversation of the little tiny, defining the little tiny things. We've hit a wall, and this is where I can stop and change the topic or try to pursue this. And not
Why
make any,
though? Then you never get to the core of
conclusion.
because we've hit a point where we can't explain our both sides without moving forward. Because he has,
I'm not convinced y'all reached that point yet.
Well, I can't explain my theory to him without, and he can't grasp my theory. He's saying that I'm losing energy. I'm like, no, it's a closed loop system. I'm gaining energy because it's closed loop. Therefore, I'm not using the water. The water is not losing anything. It's literally looping. It's looping. There's no loss of efficiency at all. If anything, I'm only producing energy from the system. So that's, and he's like, that's schematics. That's it right there.
Well, Brandon, is there anything you want to say before you leave? I'm going to let you go explore the Panelverse and find some other streams.
Oh.
You want to promote your channel?
Many people say I have the best streams. If you come to my panel, we can talk about your favorite Bluetooth character, and I'll use your favorite Bluetooth avatar. Combat Walmart's favorite is Taz.
All right, there's Taz.
There's Taz.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Have a good rest of your night, and we'll catch you when we catch you. Take care.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you,
Philip,
brother.
I think it's called, what you're describing is what I understand is what's called a siphon pump or a ram pump.
Siphon, correct. Not necessarily ram, but siphon, yes. Correct. And that's all natural gravity fed. You know what I mean? So I don't understand the loss of efficiency through that system. It's actually a super efficient system. It defies gravity.
I don't think.
What do they use it on?
Well, you're moving water against its free will, right? Through pressure. Water naturally wants to flow down, not up.
You take,
so you're moving
you
water
take a
from
stream
a
of water from a source, and you split it into two channels, right? So you take a river, and you can split it into two channels. 90% of the water keeps going downhill at a reduced pressure, and you take that reduced pressure, and the other side of that coin is you can pump 10% of the water flow uphill a little bit. All right, so you're reducing pressure on one of the flows, 90%, and then you increase pressure on the 10% of the water flow. And that's how a siphon pump works, is my understanding.
Correct. You have the concept of the pump. But what I'm saying is that what I'm capturing is the downfall of the pump, which is a natural effect, and putting a turbine there and capturing energy off of the downfall of a natural effect. Now, I might be reducing the natural effect of the fall because it hits the turbine, blades, creating drag, right?
Yeah.
So I might reduce that, but that's the whole point of the system, is to capture that drag.
But I could just put a turbine in the initial flow and capture the same or more energy that way.
That's the whole point. You can put a turbine wherever, and as long as it's closed, we actually don't have to use water. We can use a gel. It just has to be a fluid.
I don't think it's closed.
It is closed if you put a top on each tank, right?
I hate this vertical.
If you put a top on each tank and leave atmosphere on top of each tank, it's closed. The atmosphere from the outside of the tanks won't do anything. So it's a closed system.
But 90% of the flow, or the majority of the water flow, has to continue downstream. And you've got water entering this from upstream.
Right. And you do that by positioning the tanks at different heights, different elevations. One tank is 6 feet, the other tank is 4 feet, creating the flow effect. Now the siphon is created by the lowering pressure, the different pressure, the different pressures. Yeah. And during that siphon effect is where you add the turbines, the right amount of turbines that doesn't affect the flow, but captures the energy. Is
I
that a
think
perpetual motion machine or not?
no, because I think in the case of a siphon pump or ram pump, the upper tank is going to run dry because you're only able to pump up 10% of the flow. All right, so you got your upper tank and you've got 100% of the flow coming out of there. You can only pump about 10% of that flow back up.
Now,
So if it's a closed system, that upper tank's going to run out.
Now, the way they fix that is in the bottom of the tank, there is a tube that connects both tanks. At the upper tank and the lower tank, at the very bottom of the upper tank and the very bottom or below the natural water level is a tube that connects both tanks that keeps water at a certain level, but it keeps the upper tank full because of that bridge. This system is already created.
I don't understand how it can pump more than about 10% of the water back up that came down from the upper tank.
That's all we need is that motion. That's all I'm saying. I need that motion. That's a natural effect. I don't understand like how it's a negative energy.
Because if you've got 10 liters, if you've got 10 gallons a minute leaving the upper tank, you've only got 1 gallon a minute going back into it from the other tank.
Correct. That's the whole point of the system. If I add electric motor to it,
so the upper tank will run empty after a little bit, right?
No, because I've explained.
Then what fills up the upper tank?
The natural flow, the pressure of the upper tank being above. I see what I mean, Jeff. Like he didn't see the whole picture of the tanks. He doesn't see the whole mechanism, and I can't explain it to him.
What's the system called? Can I look it up?
Well, they do it with fish tanks all the time. They bridge fish tanks like this all the time, and they have siphons in fish tanks all the time. It's like basic fish tank siphoning.
So this system you're describing, are you saying it can generate net electricity?
Yes, if you add,
even though no water is leaving the system, is that right?
You don't have to use water. You don't have to use something that it can be affected by atmosphere and cycled back into air. You could be using a gel as long as it creates the
How
effect.
would a gel turn a turbine to generate the electricity?
It's the gravity from the waterfall from the siphon pump.
But how would a gel turn? Like, I'm thinking of a thick gel.
Because, okay, so water is a matter, right? Right? So I can use oil instead of water.
Yep.
I can use oil. Oil does not evaporate. Water does. Oil would stay consistently in that system without burning up because no temperature effects. It wouldn't do it like I'm saying, dude. Like I don't have to use water. It's literally fluid dynamics, not water dynamics.
Yeah, so all oils do evaporate.
I don't think oils evaporate. I think they're absorbed.
So I don't think you'd get a gel to turn a turbine, and oils.
You don't think
evaporate.
I can? You don't think I can use a 10-pound gel over a turbine that can hit the gel hit the blade, the point where the blade rotates. The blade rotates, and then the gel passes through that gel.
No, it may not be able to overcome the friction of the turbine.
Well, that's strange because some gels are for lubrication.
Yep.
So a lubricant gel wouldn't have a problem with friction.
But we're talking about generating power through a turbine, not lubrication.
Right. And a turbine, all it needs is to be able to turn.
I feel like you keep moving the goalpost.
Do they actually have one of these in creation? What is it?
No, see, this is the thing. He's stuck in trying to create. No, you're moving the goalpost. I already told you. Like what options I gave you was, for example, oil. Oil can move a turbine. I can prove that.
I never disagreed with that. You said gel. It could be gel.
Right. So use
and you said
synthetic.
Does not evaporate,
oil.
but that's actually factually wrong.
Well, you can use a synthetic.
Is it necessary for your argument that oil evaporates for this machine to work? Sorry, is it necessary that oil does not evaporate for the machine to work?
It's essential.
I'm not sure why you introduced it.
Yeah, no. It's essential that the compound you use doesn't evaporate, or eventually it'll run out.
So you can't use water like you started with.
You can use water. It just has to be a certain type of, like it has to be 100% closed, where it doesn't evaporate.
I thought it was river water.
Like for example, if you have a geode, a geode right? The Earth captured this amount of water in a geode, and it literally cannot evaporate. It's been sitting in this rock from 2000.
Gotcha. I agree.
So,
Yep.
so if it's a
No, I
closed
agree with that.
system, water cannot evaporate.
Okay.
But I'm over this because I appreciate you having this conversation, but I'm over it. I know the
Okay.
system works.
If you want to like point me to something where I can educate myself on this, I'd be happy to do it.
Well, I did. I said fish tanks.
Now, if you can point, I've never
What do
seen
you
a
mean?
fish
You want me
tank
to actually
generate
provide you like a
electricity.
link? Like you want me to provide you
Or a
link
name,
to
something that I can Google.
Okay, well, if in the future, if I feel like this is something I need to pursue with you, I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you just Googled siphoning water out of fish tanks and saw how it worked,
What's it called? Perpetual energy.
and I think other people might have it too. There's using a siphon for
Yeah.
perpetual energy. So I appreciate the conversation and the questions. Thank you,
I
sir.
think, when you're siphoning, that's going to generate some friction between the fluid and whatever vessel it's going through. All right. So that's going to convert some of that motion to heat. All right. So I think you'd lose. I mean, yes, it's true within a closed system, you're not going to be losing any net energy. Right. It's just changing forms. But if I'm just siphoning water out of a fish tank, I'm going to lose some energy to heat because the water is going to generate friction. Right. Do you agree with that?
How much is debatable, but yes. Any
Yeah, probably
transferring it,
not much. Yeah.
dealing with water, yes. And any concept with dealing with water, your analysis is correct. Right? If I dealt with water in any concept of that, yes.
Okay.
Great question.
Next topic.
Did we finish it? Did
I
we
feel like-
figure it out?
I think so. I think we exhausted
I'm with
it
you,
'cause-
Wombat. Like just a link or an article or something.
Yeah, I'd love to learn more.
Really?
Like I'd like diving
all right.
deep into
If
these things.
if you honestly would love to learn more, then I will draw out a schematic for you.
Here,
But
we
that'll
can
have to be
check
on next stream.
speakeasy.
Yeah, that'll be next stream. But I didn't think you were honest, so I was like, well, and I'm not really interested in saving the world. So I was like, I'm not really interested in building a machine. I was just a question if that is under the definition of perpetual motion. I didn't want to get into how the machine was built, or just if the machine was perpetual motion qualified.
Yeah. Have other people written about this or
Perpetual motion machines? Yes. And a
the one you're talking about with the siphon water?
They do, but they have a flaw in the system where well, what people think,
we didn't solve it.
What people think is because a human interacted with the machine, that defies the definition of perpetual motion. That's why I asked you guys what you're.
That's the same with the watch. He has to keep interacting with it.
Correct.
So to me, that's not a perpetual motion machine because that's one where you start it and then it keeps going on its own.
Right, but with the watch, you have to keep starting it every 24 hours or until the battery dies. This machine, you only have to activate once and maintain if a wire goes out or if the motor goes out. Right? It's a machine. It has to be maintained. But once it starts, it should produce more energy than what it took to invest in. Which I don't know if
it seems like if that were possible, they'd have one by now. Like we'd all be using these perpetual water pumps.
The government doesn't want us to make money.
Oh, okay.
I our own
should have had no.
Well, Jeff, I looked into solar farms. You know what that is?
Solar farms? No.
Yeah. So you buy a piece of land, you add solar panels to it, you put an electric panel there, and you backfeed the grid, right? That sounds basic, right? You are capturing energy and you're backfeeding the power grid to help your neighborhood, right?
I have no idea.
Well, no, does that concept sound like a plausible idea that you have solar panels that you capture energy and you put back into the grid like power companies do, right? Does that sound possible?
I don't know. I don't know anything about solar panels.
Okay.
I know supposedly there's like a law, an efficiency law.
So solar panels, they capture energy and they put energy back into the grid. If you If you use the energy, obviously, it
What's the
doesn't all go
grid?
back.
Like the city grid?
Correct. The grid is considered the electrical system, your infrastructure.
And you would have your panels hooked up to that grid and you'd be adding to it?
Correct. Just like your
They
house.
let you do that?
They don't. It's
Oh.
actually illegal to do that.
It's
you
yeah,
can't-
that's what I'm thinking. It sounds like it would be.
Why
to
would that
have
be
to
illegal?
have anybody have
Adding-
access to the grid like that?
Well, you have access to the grid through your home, but you're taking power instead of putting power back in. And
Yeah.
they charge you for it, right? So it'd be the opposite.
I
You'd be
believe some
putting-
utilities allow you to send power back into the grid. I don't think it's everywhere, but some utilities will,
Oh,
take
You're
let
absolutely
you
right.
take excess solar power and sell it back to them.
Well, they give you credits. I've been doing quite a bit of
Yeah.
research into it.
Yeah.
And
So I
well,
don't think
they-
it's illegal. I just think it depends on the utility whether they allow it.
Well, you can't make a business out of it. Right? So if you did that, there's no way to make money off of it. So I guess you're right. It's not illegal, but it's not a practical concept to do. But it should be. You should be able to help the infrastructure and get paid
Yeah.
for it.
Uh-huh.
Just like how
Yeah,
you're selling
right.
fruit at the farmer's market, you're providing a resource that people need. I was surprised that the government doesn't allow that. The government doesn't allow you to add a home hydro turbine to your water system, which could power your house. They don't allow you to do that. You literally could add a hydro turbine to your water system to power your house. They won't allow you to do that. They
What's
want
their
you-
reason?
Because they want to control your. They want to control where you get your power and your money.
They told you that? Like we're denying
Well-
you this application because we want to control where
Well-
you get your.
Where else are you going to get your power from?
But I mean, what was there when they denied it? What was the reason they gave?
I don't know. I don't know why they will not allow us to help the infrastructure.
Huh.
Other
What-
than
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I was
wondering
thinking
is-
too. Ticky
Is the
tack
cost of the water, would the water cost more than the cost of the electricity it would generate? Because some parts of
Pardon?
the country water is pretty expensive. Would it be economically worthwhile? Like, or would you end up spending $1,000 a month on water to generate $800 worth of electricity?
So on a hydrodynamic a hydro turbine for your house, just uses adds a turbine to the flow of your house, and you don't lose the water. You don't lose water that way. They just put it into the mid.
No, you'd lose water pressure. Yeah.
Well, that's where you add a pump to increase your water pressure. But I'm just saying,
What's the
if
pump
people
runoff?
do it,
But then that's using electricity if you add a pump in.
yeah, but you added a turbine to compensate for that. But people have
Okay.
done it. I mean, do you want me to get you a video of a hydro turbine for your house?
No, I'm asking the question, is it going to generate you more electricity than the cost of the water?
I personally do not know, but people do sell this idea on the internet, and some people in the chat agree that hydro turbines for your house might work.
Okay.
I've never tried it. I personally don't even own
Yeah.
a home, so I can't try these concepts on
Yeah.
on renting a home. Or
Yeah.
I might actually try like solar panels and hydro turbines instead of going off of my natural power provider,
Yeah.
which is a hustle. If you you know what I mean, like it's a hustle,
Yeah.
man.
Just going back to the, perpetual motion siphon pump. I had to look this up, which law it was. So I think that would violate the second law of thermodynamics, which says entropy always increases. But if people have worked out a way to do that, that would be like groundbreaking.
No, I actually, like I said, if you're serious about this, I can invest into 60 or 80 bucks into a self-siphoning tank that loops itself. It's a simple fish tank concept. It's actually
I don't want you to spend money on it.
well, that's the only way I can
This-
create something in this world. It's just, and I don't understand. Like, if you
Oh,
want
you're
I'm not
to
thinking
asking
about
you to
making this?
yeah, if you want to model
Demonstrate.
on how this works, I might be able to find a video that someone's already done this. But if you want an exact model of how this works, I have to spend money, sir. I don't understand. I don't mind spending
I
money
took
either.
all of
If you're
this as
actually
an
No one else
academic
described it.
exercise in perpetual
No.
motion machine.
Is there no one else on the internet that has done this or knows how some details of this?
Well,
Like, why is the only
No.
way you show me to build it?
pardon,
Look,
sir?
Is this unique? Is this knowledge unique to you?
No, it's just not sold. It's not sold in mass. The only reason I know about it because someone else has done it. Hydro dams, hydroelectric dams are a perfect example, but they just don't use the siphon system. It's just a flow system. They just haven't figured out how to siphon.
They're an
it yet.
example of what? A
Uh,
hydro dam is an example of what?
flow and capturing flow, water flow through turbines.
Isn't that
using
what
to
dams
generate
do?
electricity, right?
Yeah, right. And so my siphon would be the flow. At the top of the siphon would be the flow into the dam. The bottom tank. See what I mean, Jeff? Like we went back in this conversation, and like I love that you asked that question again. But I think it's better that I create a model for you because you're not even seeing the picture of how that works. But
Yeah, no, I'm not quite getting it.
yeah. But I appreciate it's tough. Like I said, I'm trying to explain it in all the words I can, but you're not seeing the picture. And I can draw a picture right now, but that won't explain 100%. I don't know. If
Well,
we'll be
I'm
able to grasp
picturing
it.
some water that flows down and activates some kind of
All right.
turbine, and then somehow gets
Gosh, man.
carried back to the top to keep flowing down. But there's energy required for that process. If it's a closed system, the energy that it takes to get the water back up to the top is going to have to be factored against the energy that the system's generating. So I'm not sure the math generates
Why would you compensate for
additional
that
energy.
Why would you compensate for that when it's naturally doing it? Why would you compensate for something that's naturally doing it?
It's
naturally
not
doing this.
naturally getting the water up.
A siphon is a natural effect, Jeff.
But how is, like, once I understand gravity taking the water down, but how does the water get back up to the top to keep the flow going?
There's a bridge tube at the bottom of both tanks. I've explained a bridge
And
tube.
how does it overcome the gravity to get back up to the top without work? Some kind of effort.
Yeah, because if it's just a bridge, it's just going to flow through that connector
Watch this.
down to
Maybe
the bottom
Provo
tank.
could
Right?
tell us.
That's what you would think. But it doesn't do that. It continues
Hey,
to
how's
flow
it
through
going,
the
guys?
siphon while keeping the level of the water the same.
Provo, what does Jesus
Just
have
loops,
to say
my
about
friend.
all this?
The siphon just creates a loop. Water
I
level
don't know
actually
about
stays
Jesus,
the same. in
but
both tanks.
Philip,
This is the
Didn't he
bridge.
do something with water?
I just want to
Turned
know.
it to wine?
We're being
Turn it to
interrupted, so I'm
wine.
gonna let this other conversation continue.
I sorry to interrupt you, King Philip. I interrupted you.
Welcome, brother. Welcome, brother.
I was extremely disrespectful. It's hard for me to recognize you since you changed your name after Monograph went after you. Is that why you changed your name?
Provo, is this some
No,
drama
great
you trying to
question.
bring?
Great question. Actually, I'm not a simple person, and so the internet created the name Simple Jack for me. I felt like that didn't fit me as a person being named Simple Jack if I'm complicated. So I
Was it
changed my
off-brand?
name
Well,
to I rebranded my name, not because of Monograph. Great idea, but not because of Monograph. Just because I felt like I wasn't Simple Jack anymore.
well, you never really. I mean, you never really seemed simple.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's simple either.
Yeah, so
But
that's
you
why I
never were.
rebranded
You
it.
never were complicated either, though. You should be like neutral.
Complex, man.
There is a neutral Jack.
Yeah, you should be. Oh, there already is.
Provo, do you have any insight about this water pump thing that you want to add?
So
Also,
the water pump thing's kind of fucking irrelevant, to be honest. Here's the problem with your live stream right now, Gen X Chef. The
Spurs.
problem is you got three really intelligent men and you're having a nice conversation and you allowed somebody like me on your panel.
Yeah, but I think I needed it. That was I was using my judgment there.
Well, you
I'm
fucked
not sure I
up.
regret it.
You fucked up because you were having a nice conversation.
You
were
really
getting
think the
somewhere.
water pump argument was on a Friday
even know-
night was
So if you want to get into water arguments,
the content?
I'd like to get
I
into
like-
something a little bit more deeper where like you think about droughts and climate change and places like California where they decide they're in a drought, then they restrict water rights, and then they also restrict the volume of water allowed in your toilet, in your shower, and then all of a sudden California has full lakes. They have full water, but your shower is still coming down on you like a drip, 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 drip. You know what I mean? Your toilet
Is it still coming from the Hoover Dam?
wherever it's coming from. My point is, when climate changes back, you still are stuck with the shitty laws, right? With the shitty pipes that you were forced to put into your house because there was a climate change. That's the real conversation, is the fact that people believe in this bullshit and then God turns around in 1 year and fills up your goddamn lakes, but you're stuck with your house, with your shitty plumbing, and all to be conservative, or not conservative, but rather liberal, and trying to save the environment. But your shower sucks. Your toilet doesn't flush your shit. And so you got to flush it 3 times and you're standing in the bathroom for 45 minutes.
Out there in Utah.
No, actually, I got very high water pressure where I'm at because my house is pretty old. I live in an old house.
Yeah,
So
I hate taking a shower with low water pressure, bro. That would suck.
absolutely. So I had actually a plumber come into my house, and he said my plumbing was not in order with government regulations, and he said he should fix it. I said, no, thanks. He said, your water pressure is way too high. I said, it's just right.
Oh, they were trying to get you to lower your pressure.
Yeah, for the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Save water. You need
So,
less
like,
water.
what's the answer to make our laws more in line with God's laws?
You want to
From
make
the
your
Old Testament than
well, I
science
don't know
law?
much about the Old Testament. I'm a Mormon.
Oh, that's right. Y'all have your own testament.
we got 3
y'all
books,
have your own
brother.
planet, even.
That's right. We're on Provo Planet right now. What up, Combat Wombat? You know what people call me? Some people call me the Wasatch Wombat.
Really?
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
do they call you that?
Well,
Because Wasatch is a part of the Utah Valley. I'm from Utah.
Okay.
You know where Utah is?
I do. I've been there. I've been to Salt
You
Lake City.
have. Wow.
Drove past the Tabernacle.
Oh, you've
I
been
told
there.
Jeff he should visit Utah, Salt Lake City.
Yeah,
I've been to Utah. It's my favorite state. I love Utah. We used to
That's
go
right.
camping there all the time.
Utah's great. We're the most LGBTQ friendly state, at least in the past couple of years. So you should be welcome, Jeff.
What's your daddy ratio? How are the daddies down there?
I don't know
They
what
seem
that.
more rugged in Utah.
I don't know what that means. I'm not in the gay subculture.
Oh, well, you
references.
seem like you were talking authoritatively on
About
the
stats, because I
LGBT
read the news, local news. Our local news says gays are welcome. We love gays, and I'm not against them, but Utah is very,
stuff.
for
Yeah,
its conservative nature, we're very welcoming.
it's very appealing. I'm looking at it as a destination.
Yeah, please move here. Absolutely, we need more liberals and Satanists. Absolutely, in our state, that would make it a lot better. There's a funny thing about Utah as far as budgets are run. So, like, if you look at some of the best run budgets in cities, Utah always comes up in that list, and you always have to ask yourself, why is that?
The Mormons.
The Mormons are
They run
Christian
Vegas
Jews.
too.
Yeah, we did found Vegas. That's a little known secret. That's why Vegas streets are the way they are. But that's another story. But I feel bad. We got Combat Wombat here. This guy's from overseas, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
No, I live
He's
in
from the
United
future,
States.
actually. He's
No,
down there in Australia.
I'm on in Washington State.
You're in Washington. Oh, are you really?
Mhm.
Oh, that's where I am. I thought. Okay, I just assumed you were in Australia.
Maybe I've seen you
Anyway.
at our place, or
Oh, I used to live on the hill.
I'm trying to ruin this stream, Gen X Jeff, and you're not really giving
Well,
me.
you're
an opportunity.
enhancing it. At least you took it off of that old dry science pump conversation.
about
Thank you for that.
So
Let's talk
Provo,
about- Go ahead.
I'm looking at now. This is from justice.gov. I'm looking at anti-gay hate crimes in Utah. In 2020, it was 6 hate crimes. 2021, it was
That's-
25.
What's
In
That's
that?
it?
2022, 36. So I
That's
don't think
it.
it's getting friendlier.
But 30.
Oh, that's 6
That's
out of
actually-
the whole year. That's for Utah.
So that's funny.
very
because
friendly.
You haven't considered the population increase in that state during that time frame, which is rapid and way too much. So since then,
Is it 6 times? Is the increase 6 times
since
in the
that-
population?
Almost since the pandemic, we've seen so many.
Yeah.
We've seen a large
Citation
influx.
needed on that.
Go ahead.
population increased
look it up.
6 times in
Utah
Yeah,
is
we
one
do
of
facts
2
and
years.
evidence here.
maybe not 6
Yeah.
times the population, but we've seen
Yeah.
a large increase.
So the rise in
immigrants.
anti-gay hate crimes has far outstripped the population growth.
No, so
Can-
you gotta look at it this way.
Wombat, can you drop a link to whatever you're looking at? I'd like to see.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so
Midlife, I would say maybe Idaho.
Wombat,
Uncle
Wombat.
Fatty doesn't have very
what's the definition of those
friendly
hate
things
crimes?
to say
So
about Idaho
you're
right
willing
now.
to look at these things. So and I'm willing to entertain you. What's your definition of a hate crime against
That
gay
I
was
people?
would
my next
have to
question.
look at
Good.
it. So this is
That's
coming,
right.
as I
So
said,
you
it's
don't know
from
what you're talking about.
justice.gov.
So
I
you're
just dropped
arguing
it in
off
the
of your
private
feet.
chat.
You're arguing off of your feet. And
Well, they
you're
really
Provo-
don't like brown people.
Provo, no,
Utah,
I'm
'cause they're the
arguing
highest
based on
category.
justice.gov. I gave you
Okay,
the source
but
3 times now.
You're arguing off of your feet, though, right?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
I mean, you really don't have a position. You're Googling things and developing a position, which is off of your feet. You really don't really.
I'm looking
know
at the data. I'm looking, does the data support?
support.
your
Okay, so
opinion.
what's the
They-
population increase from 2020 to 2024? Can you give me that data? Since
I
you're
can't.
Mexicans are not safe in
What
Utah.
would you like to provide? You made that assertion.
you
right?
well, I know the assertion is true because a lot of people have moved here, and I've seen it with my own
Right.
eyes. So what if you're
So-
willing to provide data? You should at least provide that data.
I did. It's in the private chat. There's the
The
link.
population increase.
No.
Okay, well, I'd
You're
like-
asserting the population increase. It's not my responsibility to provide the data for your assertions.
okay.
I provided the data for my assertion about hate crime
And so here's my
increases.
response to your assertion: the population increased. So then, what do you say?
Y'all should be
I
on
said
verbal combat
citation
right now.
needed. I don't believe
So-
it. I don't think it
So I
increased
need a
6
citation
times.
to prove my population increased. But that's kind of like obvious and on fact.
You
Of
can
course,
get
Utah-
that from Wikipedia.
It's not
or
obvious
even
that the population of Utah
census.gov.
increased
Of course, Utah's
fold in 2 years.
population has increased since 2020. What's the increase?
Well, according to you, it's got to be at least 6 times increase.
No, it doesn't have to be 6 times, but it has increased.
Well, you said it didn't take into account
And here's the
population.
problem with the increase in the population of Utah. We're getting people from out of state who don't hold our community values, who don't hold our morals or
Like
values.
me, I would be one of those people.
We're a Christian state, combat
Mormon.
wombat. And when people move into our state who are not Christians, who are not Mormons,
I'm
who
not
don't
wearing the
follow
underwear.
our community standards, what do? They break those standards, which we have set for a long time.
Yeah,
So it doesn't
like
matter if our
immigrants.
population.
And maybe
only-
some hate crimes get committed.
Yeah, that's right. When other people from liberal states come to our state, that's the reality.
So it's the liberals doing the hate crimes. The
That's
transplant.
right, because we were one of the most gay-friendly states for a long time. What up, Midlife Bro Logic? I gotta hand the mantle down to this man. He's a legend. Put him up there at the top. Give him as much time as he needs.
Hey, brother.
Yo, what's up, Provo? You're kind of being a cunt. You know,
Just what he needed.
you're kind of being a cunt.
We try to
I
manage
gotta call you
egos on here on this
I gotta
channel.
call you out. It's like I just asked the question. Where is your evidence that Utah is gay friendly? Conversely, sir, Provo.
Yeah. Data says the opposite.
Since you like,
What is gay friendly? I've been to Utah. I didn't feel
No.
unfriendly.
I'm calling out Provo. Provo, where is your data that says that Utah is gay friendly? Is this from you going to gay bars and sucking off dudes in public and getting away with it, or do you have some data? Provo, I'm calling you out. The dude, I just wanted to know what's a not good gay state. And he just Googled it. And you just, bro, you get like this hard on. You get like this.
My guess is Idaho.
Why did the prostitute wear the potato sack? You know why? Do you know why?
Obviously, no. None of us
Hold on.
Why, brother?
have an answer for that. I don't know anything about prostitutes.
Hey, hold on. I put a
Potato
link in the back chat. It took me one Google to say survey shows Utahns back LGBTQ non-discrimination more than national average. More than anybody else in the nation on an average, Utah backs that. What's going on with that?
Now, I will say
So what? No.
Oh, you want another one? You want
they
another
did the
one?
Why
religion
did the-
poll, and the Mormons were lagging a
Stop,
bit
stop,
with their
stop,
support for LGBT.
Let me get another one. You
Why?
want more?
No, I want you to answer this question. Why did the prostitute wear the potato sack?
Here's another one. Most Utahns
No.
support LGBTQ protections. Here's another
I don't know if
study.
he's going to have an answer
Let
for
me
that.
do another one.
He's more.
What is most? What is most equal in numbers? I mean, bro, come on. Why are your stats good, but combat wombats are bad? Bro, you're not fair. You're not fair. And answer my question. Why does prostitutes wear the potato sack? It's important.
You want to know?
Yes.
Hey, here's a problem. I got a link here. It says most friendly LGBTQ states and cities. So we got Birmingham, Alabama is number 1.
For best or worst?
You guys, the best. The best.
No, I don't.
Well, they're friendly down there.
Oh, you don't believe that? They're friendly in the South towards gays. So in this study I pulled up, I got a city in Alabama, Birmingham. I put it in the private chat. They're the most friendly gay state according to this. So we're just doing bullshit stats, right? And in Utah, Utah comes in population 204,000, municipal equality index score 100. But at the end of the day, like Utah's in that rank of the.
Well, I might do a road trip.
So here's my point, Combat Wombat.
The source
look
is
at all,
Thrillist.
look at all.
Yeah,
look at all.
That's a shitty source.
Okay, look at all the
That's a really
sources I
shitty
posted.
source.
Look at all of them. Look at all of them. Utah is proclaimed as a friendly LGBTQ state on record.
I'll go
many
find out
sources.
firsthand.
Okay,
So
go
everyone,
find out.
the source that Provo provided is Thrillist.com.
Oh, here's the one. Here's the one I really wanted to share. It's Utah ranks second in nation for supporting laws that protect LGBTQ community. Utah ranks second. Second.
Yeah, listen.
Put it in the private chat.
Bravo.
We wanted that. We wanted information. Hold on. Oh, you can't dismiss that. Address my last post.
I will. States that just accept it don't need to pass laws to protect it, sir. I mean, there's no real way to measure this.
That's
shit. You could just say that. You could just say that. But
Yeah,
why did the
Provo?
prostitute?
I don't know if I
potato
buy that
sack?
argument.
Why did the
you
prostitute
don't
wear
buy
the
my
potato
stat?
sack?
Sorry, midlife. Finish your sentence, and I'll respond.
Why did the prostitute wear the potato sack?
I
You know
Googled
what?
it, bro. Google doesn't even know.
Google doesn't even know that.
Just the
anymore.
Google
AI.
doesn't even know. I
But
tried.
anyway, I gave you several links of how LGBTQ friendly Utah is.
So
as
the
a
Salt
state.
Lake Tribune doesn't link to their source of that survey.
It doesn't matter. It's an
Well,
it does matter,
AP
actually.
source.
The source matters.
It is an
There's-
AP source.
You're given a garbage journalism site and a newspaper.
Salt Lake Tribune, the number one news article for Utah is garbage, is what you're telling me.
No, the first one, Thrillist, is garbage.
Okay, sure. What about the one where I posted the very last link? Click it. That says
That
AI
article,
won't
yes,
tell
I
me.
did. And the article doesn't link to any sources.
What does that matter?
Because you're up here getting mad that you don't like Combat Wombat's sources. Bro, you're the same side of the coin, of different
But
coins.
here's where I'm at on that.
How many
Provo
sources-
lives in Utah,
You're no better.
and Wombat is from Australia, lives in Washington State. So I would be more inclined to take Provo's word for it on the surface.
Here's the thing. I've never encountered in my life, for example, I lived in the heart of Utah County, right next to BYU campus, Mormons, and I've never seen more pride flags, more LGBTQ friendly people. I've never encountered anybody who had animosity towards gay people in my existence in Utah.
I didn't
Maybe
either.
they-
I haven't either.
I
Maybe
haven't
they
either. That's right. So it's funny where this guy's saying, where's
I
the
counted my
information?
first carrot.
How about this
Utah.
guy who's lived here his whole entire life, and you're trying to look to data and numbers and tell me
But
what
this
my
is
life
what
experience is? This is crazy.
Chat
This is
GPT
absolutely-
Well, you're making claims
Peak
about the whole
insanity.
state, not just yourself.
Yeah,
You're
I've been
making
through
claims
the
not
whole
just about
state.
your own
I've
views,
lived in
but
the
the entire
southern
state.
Here's the reality, Wombat.
I trust you,
lived-
Provo.
I've lived in St. George. I've lived in Salt Lake City. I've lived
I
in
know
the heart
St.
of
George.
Utah, and people really, to be honest, don't give a shit.
Now, listen,
They
listen,
really,
I
they
believe
really
that.
don't
No, stop.
give
Stop.
a
But you
We
single
need a standardized test. Let's do this, Provo. You and some dude, we need to do a test, right? You need to walk hand in hand up and down the street for like a certain amount of hours at a certain speed, wearing the same
That's
clothes,
fine.
cities, and then you have to like make out on the corner with a dude
I'm not doing that.
Hours at a time. Well, you have science.
I'm not
bro.
making out with the dude.
These are just arbitrary numbers.
I'm
And
heterosexual male.
Why?
Yeah, don't for
Then-
this is conversion therapy. This is abuse. What you're doing right now to
Then
provoke.
how would
Utah
you
loves the
know?
gays. Utah
How would
loves
you
the
know?
gays, and you're
not
denying
even
it.
gay. How would you know?
I will go find out, and I will live stream it. We will see if I get my ass beat or not. They have Lady MAGA down there in Utah. They love her down there. She's a Trump drag
A
queen.
Trump drag queen. We have a large LGBTQ presence. And the reality is, yeah, hate crimes go up. But the reality also is we have had a very, you're muted, Combat. I'll mute myself. You have a point to make.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, they have gone up 6-fold in the last 2 years.
So
Hey,
since
not just
this is your
It's-
data,
It's
hold on.
because she was trying to
Ending up.
appeal to the commentator.
All right, since this is
Ooh.
your
That's what
data,
the
can
AI
you give, since you know your data, can you give me a description of the hate crimes committed and what they, the definition
be
of
interested
those hate
too.
crimes? Because you were critiquing the information I gave you, and you said they didn't link a source. So you obviously have a source, and I trust that source has a definition of hate crimes and what those hate crimes entail. If you don't have that, your source is shit.
That's like not laws in Canada try to tell us all about the U.S.
You're muted, sir.
Bro, why did the prostitute wear the potato sack?
Because she
Someone
wanted
please
to
answer.
appeal to the commentator.
Yeah. My
No,
source is the United
commentator.
States Department of Justice.
She's a
You gotta
common
answer. You gotta answer in the chat.
streetwalker.
That's pretty good, Jeff. But
That's what the AI said. That was the AI's answer.
the
And then it
answer
said
is,
it's a joke, and it erased it. And I said I cannot help with that.
the answer is because it says Idaho.
So first of all, let's give a shout out to Midlife Bro Logic gracing us with his presence.
That
This
was
guy
actually-
is a legendary
huge.
streamer. He pulls 230 plus viewers. Excuse me.
He's the reason I'm doing vertical. So if you hate it
That's
as
right.
much as I
He
do,
should
blame
be.
this
He should
little
be.
egghead.
And I've been talking
Yeah.
about this. Midlife knows what's going on, and he's ahead of the curve. But Wombat,
I'm not, bro.
honestly,
I'm a coward. I'm scared to stream.
you're
Since
good.
I
You're
feel
good.
like I can never replicate that.
He's
I feel like I might
insincere.
just
He's
retire.
inauthentic.
Good
He's
life.
incel.
Midlife, let's do a stream. Let's do a compromise, Midlife. Bring me on your show for your next stream, and
You're
we'll
too
break
spicy.
down.
You're too
I'm
spicy,
not.
bro.
This
That's
is
what people
tame.
want.
He's
That's what people want. They don't want some placid ass bullshit. You think, oh, they want.
They
Oh,
want
you
water
think
pop.
they
Selling
want
out,
feed
bro.
me, feed me
Selling out.
bullshit?
I'm selling out, bro.
God, you're
I'm gonna go
despicable.
work for-
I gotta
am,
leave.
I am.
I can't be around. Are you serious?
I'm a corporate sellout hack. Yeah.
I'm fucking out of here.
Sorry. Thanks.
Corporate, and he's gone, bro. That's all you gotta say is corporate. He's like,
Wow.
what? I gotta get a haircut?
Yeah. Gotta wear a tie.
he's gonna
Yeah.
no more Jesus.
So, Combat Wombat, I've noticed something about you.
What's
Are
that?
you a verbal combat person? Do you like having discussions on the internet?
Speaking of,
A little bit. Sometimes.
what I'm-
I don't
yeah,
do it a
yeah.
lot.
Fun.
Occasionally. Yeah.
Watch out. I am not good at that, so be careful with me, dude. You might
yeah,
run
you
into a
should
wall.
drop by. Barney, they're doing it now. You'd be good at that. They have our friend Jack on there.
Damn.
Is he going? Did he?
He's got that Temu internet, bro.
Oh, great! Back to water pumps.
No, I'm
No.
good on water pumps. Yeah, I'm good on
No.
water pumps.
We drained that water pump.
I agree.
My tank's
Or
full,
it's still
bro.
going around in circles.
Yeah, my tank's full. I don't know what you're
Let's
talking
agree the topic was going around in circles.
It was circling the
why-
drain.
Yeah,
for
that's
sure.
why I tried moving forward. I did, Jeff. I did try.
All right,
So,
Jeff. New topic.
times.
I got a topic. Which country committed the biggest? Let me rephrase it. Which country murdered the most number of civilians in World War II?
Was it the United States because of the bomb?
No,
Oh,
I think those bombs only killed
but there was it Hitler?
tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands.
I don't want this is bad because I don't know, it's bad optics. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say nothing, bro.
They have great hiking in Utah. Some of
It's
the
not
best- some of
Germany,
the
and it
best.
wasn't Germany.
I want to say it's one of the very far eastern.
Yep.
Eastern guy.
The
Asian
Chinese,
guy.
the Asians.
No. Who attacked the Chinese?
Yes,
It's some,
that's
right.
it's some interesting things.
Japan
It's almost
committed
like
a
Voldemort,
Holocaust
bro.
on China of about 30 million.
Dang, what was
In the
Japan's
30s.
issue during the war?
It
They
was
were
there
going
like
after
the
all the
Mongol
big
time, bro.
dogs.
What's that?
It's like when the times when the Mongols were taken over. You know,
No, this is in the
that bad?
1930s. They invaded Mongolia. Yeah.
No, would you say it's that compare? Like, could you compare the amount of wrath to that time, to that kind of stuff, to what the Mongols did, to what they did? Could you
I
compare
don't
those
know.
two?
I think it was driven by a desire for more natural resources.
Oh, so the
In
desire.
Japan, everyone was building empires. Everyone wanted an empire, and yeah. But yeah, I don't know why they were so violent about it. Or...
Was that what it was? It was trying to land grab.
That's
Yes.
always it is, especially during that age.
Yeah.
Oh, some
And
people don't want the
America,
land. They just want the
look,
resources.
so Japan was invading all these countries in the 30s, right, mid 30s. And then America, to slow that expansion down or stop it, put an oil embargo on Japan and said no one's selling oil to Japan. And that is one of the contributing factors to why Japan attacked America. Because if Japan didn't get oil, they were going to be screwed industrially.
What were we gonna do about? What was our threat? Like, don't sell oil to Japan or else.
Yeah, good question, Jeff.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know. It might have been a blockade. I'm really not sure.
I thought it was a blockade.
That's kind of.
Literally.
Is that why the world sees us as a bully? That sounds like something a bully would do.
But I'm assuming that's why
Yeah.
Japan went nuclear, so they don't ever have to run into that situation again. They're now self-powered, right?
I thought Midbro was still on the panel for a second. So.
I know, dude. I'm sorry. We're brains, and these guys, the other guys, were more like current eventers. You know, and I want to learn how to be a current eventer. You ever thought about doing that, Wombat? Being a more current event kind of guy?
No,
I think it would help the show.
Not
if we were more
really.
current event.
Current events just
I'm
change
not
so
seeing
much,
it.
and trying to keep up with the latest is too hard for me.
Really?
Like, who are we meant to hate today seems like what current events are about.
I'm trying. Yeah, you know what? It's really hard to find who to like today.
Yeah.
You know, because I always think of the yin and yang of things now, the black and white of things. Like you said, it's easy. That's all they portray is hate towards us. It's easy to find out who was hated on the most today for doing something they did yesterday. You know what I mean? But it's really hard to find the good.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is the good?
That is one
I
of the
don't.
reasons
I don't
why.
think people are. I don't think you find good in people. I mean, you find it in people, but I don't think it's an
Where did that
absolute.
come from?
I want to say corporations are far worse than people. Let me throw that gauntlet down, Jeff.
It depends on what lens you're looking through, like what values you are.
Yeah.
When you scale up to the
Sure.
corporate level, you lose certain values, I think, that are important at smaller levels. But then corporations are made for different purposes and different goals too. So if you evaluate them on their own
Yes.
terms, they have a
Yeah.
completely different mission and
Yeah.
purpose.
I think at the moment we're in late stage capitalism, where the benefits that we once got from a very market driven approach and pure capitalism, I think we're starting to see a lot more downside than upside. Or no, that's too extreme. We're seeing, the benefits are just going to fewer and fewer people.
All right, so this is interesting. I might have been wrong. The shout out to Plasma Boyd and shout out to Daniel Price, but they actually like the older topic.
The water pop.
No, the World War II topic.
Oh yeah, that's more interesting than me too.
Really?
Water
All
pump,
right.
yes.
Get into it, dude. No, not the water pump. I'm over the water pump.
Okay.
But
I agree, not laws.
there you go. So back to World War II.
That's so dramatic, not laws. It's a death cult.
Do you think the U.S. is forgiven for doing what we did?
By whom?
To
By
who?
Japan?
I don't. How do you ever?
You'd
know?
have to ask the Japanese. You'd have to ask a Japanese.
I asked
person.
you two, literally
I
right
don't
now.
know. I have no idea what each individual Japanese person thinks about it.
Yeah. I've
Well,
never.
they seem to love our
asked them.
tourism. They have no problem with our tourism. You know, they don't show any kind of, you know, they really, you know, play their poker well. So they love our tourism. And they love American. Well, they don't really like. They like some American stuff, not much.
I don't know a lot about Japan. I don't think about it much. I'm very like what is it? American chauvinist. I don't have a good grasp of things outside of America because I've never had to.
You know what someone said the other day in chat when we were talking about the same topic is that it wasn't the bombs that actually you know was the final decision that was the camel straw that was the final straw that broke the camel's back. It was a bombing run.
I heard that and I looked it up.
Oh, okay. What'd you find out, Mr. Wombat?
So I found no evidence of this like major bombing run or campaign after Nagasaki. Japan offered to surrender the day after the bomb on Nagasaki was dropped. And they asked for one condition, and that was that they could keep the emperor. And a couple of days later, America accepted that offer and said, yes, we'll take your surrender and we'll let you keep the emperor.
That was the story I told. I remember too.
I think the bomb was August 9th and the surrender, Japan offered surrender on the 10th of August.
Great memory, sir.
Well, I looked it up yesterday.
Yeah, never mind.
Some would still consider that a good memory.
I tried.
Sorry. I'll take the compliment.
There you go. Fun. I'm glad you looked that up. Yeah.
I heard someone say that America had a lot more bombs ready to drop.
America's always got bombs ready to drop, bro.
Well, now,
always got
back then, I don't know whether they had a stockpile ready to drop. A lot of people thought, like, the top military at the time thought they might have to drop more than 2. Like, they didn't know it would only take 2. But it took months and months and months to refine the plutonium or the uranium to make those bombs. Jeff, did you know the plutonium for the Nagasaki bomb was made in Washington State at Hanford?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's up here.
What do you mean made there? Like it was mined from Washington State?
It was refined. It was enriched or concentrated, whatever they do.
Hey, Chuck. Not laws. How you don't have to have empathy to extract resources and manufacture and distribute goods and services. It doesn't. You're projecting a human quality into an inanimate system. I don't understand. Your expectations of
empathy doesn't play.
To me. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, fellas.
What's up?
Hello, brother.
All right. What was the last country the United States declared war against?
Did we declare against Iraq?
Germany?
Romania, 1945.
Oh. Was that part of World War II?
That's the last time we declared war, official war.
Against an official country, not just a group.
What's that?
A declaration by Congress. Yeah.
A country, yes.
Yeah, because like the war in Afghanistan wasn't really a war against Afghanistan. It was a war against terrorists, right?
Well, it wasn't declared by Congress. It was an act called the Authorization for Military Force.
Authorization
for Use of Military Force, is that it?
Yeah, there you go.
That's the act that keeps getting extended for the war on terror.
Wombat, are you American?
I've spent half my life in America. I mean,
you're just a knowledge sponge. You love it. You love it.
I would make a case. I could make a case that I'm more American than anyone on this panel.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I figured. You know more about America than I do.
Because I had to work for it. I had to study.
I will have to work for
time and effort.
But yeah, you might. I may not fight you on that one. Not laws. It is an economic system. It's also then you're using capitalism in a different way than I am. You have your own version of it that you're talking about at this point.
Now, the downside to what we call capitalism nowadays is the monopolies that are being developed.
That's always been an issue. That's why we have antitrust laws and stuff. Where
They
are they
seem to
looking
have
at breaking
gotten
up
rather.
Google for a second?
They seem to got rather lax on that antitrust,
That
though.
is true. That's something to watch for.
Hey, Wombat, I don't know if you knew this about Chuck. Interesting fact. When they found America, Chuck was standing on the beach waving at him. That's how old he is. He said, "Hey, guys, I've been waiting for
Flying
you."
his kite.
I was there when the lights came on.
I don't care how it
People
sounds. It doesn't change the fact that you're using capitalism in a completely different way than most people use it. Comprende?
Okay.
Comprend?
I think Talcott makes that mistake too with capitalism. He tries to
it's fantasy
invoke
capitalism.
emotions onto capitalism, and you can't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a proxy for something else. Their childhood psychological issues or something.
Do you guys think capitalism is like taught throughout the taught or passed down from family to family member? Because I don't know anything about capitalism, and I
To
can't
the
explain
extent that it's a
capitalism.
set of values, yeah. To the extent that it's a set of values, it is passed down.
Like
I don't
if you look at
either.
the Rothschilds family, that's all they know is capitalism. They grow up in capitalism. They live and talk capitalism. You know what I mean?
I don't know what they live and talk.
So like it seems like we're not very. You can tell our group wasn't really mentored into capitalism. We're not. You know, I don't. It doesn't look like any of us own
Our version
businesses.
was like get a job, like get a good education so you can get a good job. That's the most that it was passed down to us.
Very
not
few people
create
would
your own
study
job?
comparative economic systems.
No, definitely not create your own job.
You know how you can do like comparative religious studies? You can do comparative. I took a class in comparative economic systems when I was at college that compares capitalism and communism and everything.
How does capitalism fare, in your opinion? Is it still the best?
Yes.
It's certainly lifted the most people out of
Poverty.
Yeah, but it's trending in a not as good as it was, I'd say.
Correct.
That's why I said late stage capitalism.
Well, here in the States, because we've turned into a service-orientated economy as opposed to we used to manufacture everything under the sun here.
Yeah.
Is limiting.
Well, I'm in
capitalism-
service too, so that works for me.
Is restricting capitalism or limiting the creation of products against is against anybody's rights? Would that be illegal? Would it be illegal to prevent somebody from making something? Like, for example, there's so much bull crap being made that no one buys, and the government should be like, "Hey, you can't make that anymore, dude. Stop."
I'll take a stab.
Stop.
If the government has a legitimate public interest in preventing the manufacture of that, like explosives, if they have a legitimate public interest in regulating it, then I think that's legal. That's what the courts, they test the Supreme Court. Whenever the government tries to limit something, they have to have an interest in it. And depending on exactly what it is they're doing, like if they're limiting your ability to discriminate, there's different tests. And I don't know how it is in a business environment, but I know it from a...
I could argue the only thing that interests the government is taxes. If they can make taxes.
No,
off of
like
it.
antitrust. Don't they have an interest in antitrust legislation?
Oh, man.
National defense?
You're talking to a goldfish. Keep it simple. Antitrust? What? Legislation? What?
Daniel has a point somewhere up here about let me find it. We have the laws, but they're not enforced. Let's see. Just because we have this is a problem. I agree. This is part of our system that I think we need to keep an eye on, and it's a potential weakness.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't have all these people polluting if they would just follow the laws.
Well, the law lets them pollute. There's a certain amount of
I'd
pollution.
agree.
Just like there's a certain
Yeah.
amount of roach legs you could have in the peanut butter.
That's right.
I thought it was rat hair.
It's both. It's roach legs and rat hairs. They have laws for both of them.
What do you want?
I'll throw something out. The guy who invented leaded gasoline also invented fluorocarbons, the stuff that was in refrigerators that caused a hole in the ozone.
CFCs, yeah.
CFCs. Same guy invented CFCs and leaded gasoline.
You think he did it on purpose?
Well, to control our minds, obviously. How else is the government going to activate the chip?
Seems to be working.
The vaccine
There's
chip.
A lot of people whose minds seem to have been.
Do you think he cared about that or thought about that? Like, what is?
Well, he probably didn't know at the time. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, the guy who invented the K cup for the Keurig coffee machine, he regrets inventing that. Because he regrets to see all the plastic in the waste. So that guy, he regretted it.
All his money back.
He probably thought he was doing a favor to some people, and he probably didn't realize the consequences of it.
Yeah, he was like, I'm making like Starbucks at your home in one cup to go. You know what I mean? No easy cleanup. It was a great idea.
9,000 different K cups now for a coffee machine. Yep. That's why I use the filter one. I use my own coffee. That way I don't have all those cups.
Yeah, same here. I roast my own coffee.
I did for a while. I haven't done it in a few years.
Yeah. I drink so much of it that makes sense.
How long does it take to roast a coffee bean?
12 minutes.
Really? It's a fast process. Okay, cool. Is
it
like
just like a popcorn seed or a cherry? Think of a cherry pit, and you roast that cherry pit at a high enough temperature, and it pops like a popcorn kernel.
Why would you do that, bro? I have not met one person that has popped a cherry pit.
So that you can get the oil out of the seed.
Use a popcorn kernel as an example.
There's steam. Yeah, there's steam inside. There's water, right? It has a water content, and if you heat it enough, that steam is going to make it pop.
Have you tried?
That's how you know when the coffee is roasted. It makes a popping sound.
That way you get
a crack.
Otherwise, the oil gets trapped inside the seed, and you don't get very good coffee.
Yeah, and it'll break your grinder if you grind like
a raw bean. Oh shit!
It's like an apricot. Yeah, it's like an apricot.
My grinder's not working lately anyway. There's nobody on it.
Jeff, did you see
supposed to put weed
Paris?
In it.
Paris has geo-blocked grinder during the Paris Olympics because
what? Why?
Yeah, because the last Olympics, people were outing athletes based on finding them on Grindr.
Well, athletes were outing themselves if they had themselves on Grindr. Why? What? How is anybody else's?
So yeah, Grindr doesn't work in Paris right now, or around the Olympics.
Oh my God! If that's not the nanny state, so all the little gay boys can't hook up at the Olympics. Or they have to do it the old-fashioned way.
They don't call it gay parade.
The hanky, y'all better invest in hanky stocks.
Oh my God!
I told you, man. The Olympics, it's a crazy place.
Did you see where they sabotaging all the high-speed rail lines in France?
Yeah, that's nuts.
No.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that India just invested in their hypertrain, their first hypertrain? I think.
Did they?
Yeah, they just bought a Japanese hypertrain.
Is that the one that goes?
Sounds like a good thing, like progress.
Is that the one that goes 250 miles an hour or something like that?
Probably like 700. Right?
Holy shit!
That's why it's hyper, or is it 250? Is it 250, or is I thought it was?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
It could be 250. I want it to be 700.
Different countries have different trains with speeds.
I mean, call me
stupid. India, the birthplace of diarrhea.
Do you think?
I thought Mexico was.
Oh, they got nothing on India.
That's ruthless, bro.
That's what Johnny Cash was singing about with the Ring of Fire.
Yeah. Louisiana hot sauce. A Ring of Fire.
What's it called?
Don't be talking bad about Louisiana. You'll get Jeff upset.
Yeah.
What's it called? I don't know. Do you think the hypertrains are a practical kind of concept for modern civilizations, or is it something that's just hype?
No, I think it's great.
I think here in the States, no, because of the crime. I remember in St. Louis, they put in the mass transit trains in the St. Louis area. State of the art at the time. They were great at first. And then the riffraff, the criminals, they started having to put station police at each terminal. And that's still, they was having troubles on the train from the riffraff robbing people.
Yeah.
That's the only drawback. Get something good and somebody wants to screw it up.
Can you imagine this? Like, I've heard people argue, like, living in a society where everything's going well would be boring. That sounds, I don't know. It seems like in a society where everybody was taught how to treat people well and not be criminals. Sounds like a great opportunity to grow.
No. Hang on, Daniel. First of all, we're getting the daddy state with Trump, not the nanny state. Second of all, no on the porn. I don't care what he tries to do with porn. It's not going to work. I'm going to make sure people get their porn.
Well, they're getting ready to outlaw AI porn.
Good, because that's the one that's clogging up my feed with all that crappy cartoon-looking porn.
Yeah.
Good. They need to get rid of that. Louisiana did pass the law where you have to have your ID on file now if you want to access.
Yeah. Can we talk about that? So
I remember people were kicking up about it when it first passed, but I haven't really heard anything since. So it might have just.
It's like the idea is great. You know, we should have some law around it, but I think it's got to be a national standard because what it's forcing people to do is to provide their ID to all these different companies, right? And you just know it's going to get leaked.
Yeah.
All right. So really what you want to do is, be able to provide it to one entity, make sure that entity is as safe as possible. All right. And then have the different companies connect to that service to
the government.
It's still going to get leaked. It's just one.
The government does have a server set up for that.
Huh.
What's the issue with porn? Like, why can't adults just consume porn like they always have and have the government stay out of it?
They're trying to prevent children, I think, aren't they? Isn't that what those laws are about?
Yep, it's for children.
To prevent children accessing it?
Yep.
I thought that's the laws you were talking about.
Porn, no matter what. I think that's a lost cause, like the drug.
I agree. I agree. Totally.
I think healthy, like sex education, so that they have a context for whatever porn that they do end up consuming.
I say let's bring back VHS, brothers.
That's what we had, and The Joy of Sex, hardback volume. Check your parents' mattresses. I'll give you a hit if they still. That's where we found ours.
Jeff, what took you to Washington from Louisiana?
Well, speaking of porn, no, I met a guy on one of the dating sites.
Oh yeah,
and
he
convinced
why
me
is it
that I could have romance again? And I
what
bought
pisses?
it.
Go ahead, Jeff.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
I gotta say, what pisses me off, you gotta have an ID to get porn, but you don't have to have an ID to vote. I mean,
I don't know why you need an ID for either one, especially the vote by mail states.
Yeah,
that ought to be illegal.
No,
it's great.
Absolutely not. It's that more states
without a way of verifying.
It is very well verified. There's so many security features on it. There's barcodes. You can track your ballot. You can look it up online and make sure that it was cast. Everything. It's so modern and secure. It really is.
I disagree.
Well, I live in a state that has it. I use it. I've been using it for 15 years now. I have more confidence in that than any other way that I voted.
I'm
You
with
guys think
Jeff
anybody
on
should be
that.
allowed to vote?
Any citizen, barring
Any
the
citizen,
like states
matter
have
the-
different laws about prisoners and stuff.
no
So
matter
that's
what their
up for
mental
debate.
capabilities are, any citizen.
Any U.S. citizen has a
Yeah.
stake in this country. We all help to build it. We all have a voice. We have a say in it.
Yeah.
That's what a vote is. It's your voice. It's your expression.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And you have the right to have your voice expressed.
I just have a hard time like accepting somebody who's been like legally insane and accepting their vote.
I don't know what the laws on that are actually.
Yeah.
I
You,
should.
you know, that's where I get confused. Like a homeless person obviously shouldn't be making decisions on how the government should be run.
It's not. It's they're
Yeah, the-
expressing their will, their voice. It's not about making decisions. It's about having everybody's voice heard. Assuming that's an expression of their will.
I understand that. That's just
Didn't Newsom just pass that bill out there in California to clean up the homeless?
yeah. They don't want the camps anymore. I guess I heard something about it. I don't follow
Yeah,
politics.
now
but
that the Supreme's cleared the way,
yeah, I guess California. At
it
one
did
point
take
was
them
doing,
long.
homeless encampments.
Yeah, what are they going to do with them? Put them in the ocean?
We're gonna send them to Nevada.
Probably up here to Seattle. So.
Send them to Arizona, bro.
Seattle.
On the mental capacity issue, the 14th Amendment guarantees the right of mentally diminished people to
To
vote.
vote.
Oh, wow.
I think they should have they definitely
I
should have
think
a
so.
voice.
Yeah. I don't know why felons aren't allowed to vote.
Right. If you serve,
Some
I would
states
think
do enfranchise
you serve
felons
your time.
after certain, like
Yeah.
they meet certain rules.
Yeah. If it's non-violent or maybe.
I think all Americans should have a say
Are you talking about legal Americans?
in American, like whatever American citizenship, whatever that status is, whoever has that status. And as far as I know, it's things like prisoners that is the gray area. But outside of that,
With kids being able to choose their gender now, would you reduce the voting age now down to like 14 because kids are
No,
making
why?
decisions
No.
that big?
no,
Oh, that's
Kids
a
are
good
making
no.
decisions that big. Just a question.
no, even 18 is. The young people don't vote anyway. Like I didn't start voting till I was 21. Anyway, I was. It would never have crossed my mind to vote at 18. So I think that's
You were
low
busy
enough.
doing other things.
I guess I was. I don't know what I was. I was being a teenager.
It
just
did
weren't
me because
interested in
I was in the
politics.
military.
What's that, Chuck?
I said I started voting when I was 18, but I was in the military, so there was a reason to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you guys be
Interesting.
against the United States making mandatory military, like 2-year mandatory service for all citizens or all all Americans after
Yeah.
a certain age?
Yeah. I don't know the point of trying to force Americans to do that. You'd get better service if they did it willingly, volunteer.
It teaches the whole group discipline.
That these are grown adults. That's not the role of the state to teach grown adults what you think they should be doing.
I like
Have you seen what
I
grown
like that
adults
answer.
do to themselves?
Yeah, but like I said,
Yeah.
grown adults. We're a nation. We are
Yeah.
self-governing. We're a nation of sovereigns. The power is with
Yeah.
the people. We don't need a nanny state raising us and engineering us, tell us what to eat, all that other stuff. We're adults. Each
But
individual adult can determine that for themselves after a certain
Yeah.
age.
should health be a concern of the government or no?
I can see arguments for things like smoking and obesity, like there's actual practical reasons to reduce the cost
Yeah,
because
public
of the
health.
effect they have on society and the rest of us. So we all have a vested
Yeah.
interest in keeping some medical costs down. So there's
Yeah.
those arguments.
Yeah, public health concerns.
But if
spread
it
of
doesn't
infectious
cross into
disease.
one of those areas, I would say stay out of it. Let's see. Well, from the Civil War. So you're against the draft? I remember having to register for it by the time I was 18. You had to go to the post office to fill out a little card. But it never got used. I don't know. They say the next war is not going to be a ground war anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the cyber war is well underway. Has been for years, right?
I don't know the stats, not loss. And I don't know if we can trust a Canadian on this either.
Yeah, I'm just.
What do you guys think
Yeah,
about
I'm
this?
sure that's what it is. The government's cackling in their boardrooms over the trust fund babies they're protecting.
Do you think the government is restricted by liability, being guilty of doing something if they do it?
Yes, it is. Sovereign immunity.
So they actually are limited to what they can do instead of being like not necessarily what they do, but limited to the effect they can have, I guess.
Well, their liability is limited. Your ability to sue the government is constrained.
Like, for example, like someone presented the idea that there's 20 empty homes for every homeless person in the United States. Like, for example, who would take on the responsibility of these empty homes and then giving the homeless people the empty homes? Like, whose job would that
but
be?
they're not. The homes might be empty, but they're still owned. They're still somebody's property. The government can't just come in and say, "Oh, your houses are empty. We're going to give it to the homeless."
Right. And so, like, that's an interesting question. What happens if it was all government-owned homes?
He thinks the government he's one of these conspiracists. He thinks it's run by the shadow elite and not by the people. You don't live here, so you may not understand the subtlety or the nuance of this, but America is governed by the people. And we have every election we could swap out our representatives, not our rulers, our representatives.
I think that's a fantasy.
I see people get voted out all the time. So it definitely even in Seattle they have different mayors that got voted out when certain issues happened and people wanted a different direction.
Yeah, I think the government consistently acts against the will of the people.
All governments or just
and look at our political both.
Do you see a government that you prefer or do you like what they're doing? Do you see a country that you like what they're doing right now?
No, I've lived in 3 different countries and no, I don't.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think there isn't a country out there that's doing it right or showing, you know what I mean? Like what limits them from doing it right? I don't understand.
Power, because people, power corrupts.
Or what if that's just how people are? And you're an idealist in a utopia with unrealistic expectations of human animal.
Sure.
That's what I'm wondering. If we've been here for how long, and it seems like everything's pretty common to a certain thing, and we still no one's really figured out the ideal situation, which is strange because we talk about it.
But as far as the government not working for the people, it's definitely some people are getting their agendas met over others. So it is working for some people. You just have to make sure you're one of the people that is working for. But to say it's not working for any Americans whatsoever, and it's driven by its own internal agenda, is a little unbelievable.
It kind of is. I mean, it's like, here's an example that comes to my mind. Joe Biden was the best person the Democrats could put up. Come on, that's a failed.
Well, I don't know that that's an indication that the government doesn't work for the people, just because that's the candidate.
But the political system doesn't.
Well, the national candidates they have this party apparatus, and it's different for each party, and there are legitimate criticisms to be made for how the presidential candidates are selected because they have this party that has a lockdown on the process. But that only applies to that level. Like at the local level, it's the requirements are different.
I mean,
they are.
all my local representatives.
Your local reps are not chosen by the RNC. They each area, each county or city or district even has different requirements for how to like ballot eligibility.
Yeah, you're right. It's more, you can have multiple Democrats on the ballot, or multiple Republicans.
Do you
Because
think
that's what
you
Ren
guys?
did. Ren actually went through the races and she calculated which one she had the best chance of like breaking the system enough to get in as a candidate, and
Huh.
she got on the ballot.
Yeah.
Where's she been? I haven't seen her
I
lately.
haven't either. She might be. She was branding cows last time, so who knows? She's always off on some adventure.
That farm work is draining, bro. It takes, yeah, it's draining.
Oh yes, that's a fact.
You guys seem to be following politics pretty
Yes, the freak.
well. Can you project potentially who the Democratic VP could be?
Who the what?
The nominee for
her
the
vice president pick.
vice
Kamala's
president.
pick.
Mm.
Vice president?
Yeah, yeah. I don't. Have you thought about that, Chuck? Like they got to come up with a vice president.
I'm hearing two names from what I'm reading. One of them is
AOC. I'm joking.
Mark Kelly from Arizona or New Mexico, and the other one is Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania.
Are they white guys? She's gonna pick
Yes.
two.
One's a young white guy, the other's an old white guy.
Did you hear? She has to give some of the campaign funds back.
What's that?
Harris has to give some of the campaign's funds back. Whatever Biden accepted as campaign funds.
The 91 million.
Yeah. They were hoping that they could use Biden's funds for her campaign, but they can't do that. So
Yeah, that's illegal.
So they have to give all that money that Biden got back to the funders, and then they have to send the money back to Harris. It's crazy, but yeah.
Not lies. What those all it is two facts and some story you wove together about those two things. So he's from BlackRock, and so this other guy works for Blackstone. So what? The rest of your story is still just a story.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Oh, I remember Gabby Gifford. She's the one that got shot.
Yep.
Yeah. Her husband, Kelly.
Yeah.
Mark Kelly, I think is his name.
Okay.
Who was a naval aviator and an astronaut.
Is he the old white guy?
Yep.
Yep. He's got a twin brother, and they both went into space. Or they compared the two twins. No, only one of them went to space.
Bald
And then they
headed guy.
compared them after he spent a year.
He looks is he a bald headed man?
Yeah, that's him.
Was he an astronaut?
Yes.
Yeah.
He looks mean. Like he doesn't look like he's gonna appeal to
Oh, he's
Democrat. He looks
grumpy.
like the scary, toxic white male that they hate so much. I hope she does pick him. And who's the other guy?
I think his name's Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania.
Hmm.
He's a younger guy.
Hey guys, I'm going to drop down.
Alrighty.
Thanks for having me up, Jeff.
It's
Nice
been a
to meet you,
pleasure. Wombat, anytime.
Nice to meet you, Philip.
Yes. Take care, brother.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the discussion.
Enjoyed the
Yeah, thank you,
conversation.
too.
Hey,
Thank you.
also, I left a video of a siphon loop in the private chat if you're interested.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a look.
Mhm.
Thanks, Philip.
Oh wow, Josh Shapiro is interesting looking. I would say he looks. I've never seen him before. He is kind of a little hot. I would say he's more of a Republican. Like he looks like a Republican. Again,
He's
though, he looks
Democrat.
like the kind of white guy that they hate so much. Every time they see a news story or a picture, they're like, "Oh, a bunch of white guys," and it looks just like.
I don't think he has a very good rapport with the voters, though.
What
Well, I
about
heard-
Pete Buttigieg?
No, he don't stand.
No,
a
I hope they
chance.
don't pick him. Yeah.
I mean, he like this looks Republican, and so does this other guy. What's his name?
Mark Kelly.
Mark Kelly.
So I'm a skeptic. Anything every time I hear
Look, this
astronaut,
does not look like somebody that's going to appeal to all the feminists.
He's an astronaut.
If I was a feminist, this guy would scare me.
No, he's an astronaut. That's like okay. To
Look
me,
at this.
you know, I don't believe like NASA's cool. So if you're an astronaut, you're willing to lie for the country. You're willing to keep secrets. You're willing. Yeah, you're willing to fold.
I don't know.
You got to end legal secrets now. Come on, you know that. You got to get rid of secrets.
Oh god.
We need.
I don't even know what that
secrets.
will do. Like I thought about that concept. Like, what would knowing a legal secret do to help my life? Like, what would that do? Like, would that change anything if I found out a legal
Well,
secret? And I thought about it. And I was like, nah. I still go
his
to bed.
philosophy is that if I make a widget, then everybody should be able to make my widget without paying me for it.
Are you trying to bring up Jack Talcott again?
Well, his theory, not Talcott per se, but his theory about the.
Maybe midlife was right. Maybe
Well, he can
everybody
make it
does
that
talk
way if
about
he
Jack.
wants. He can create a widget and then let people use his template, like open source or with Creative Commons or whatever. He has that option.
I mean, shit, the steel company I work for, I had 2 patents that I had. Notice the key word was had. I didn't realize that if you developed a product while you're working for a company, it becomes property of that company.
Yeah. While you're working for them, yes. There
Yeah.
is
So I
They can
actually lost out. I mean, they paid me some.
There is a way of capturing your stuff. You just have to create a separate contract for that item. But most people don't know that, and they just end up.
Yep.
It's sad, bro. So I know so many people who don't realize they've given a company $1 million idea and don't get paid for it. Like I know somebody who's one of my bosses who's inventing a QC system and
Yeah.
not getting paid for implementing a system that's going to save the money $1 million.
Yep.
It's just included in his standard salary now. Like, bro, you just saved the company $1 million. You should be rewarded for that. People just do things they're so stupid. I'm sorry, people.
Well, you think you're doing the right thing at the time, and then you realize after the fact.
Some people don't realize it, Chuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was one of them. I didn't realize that even though I had filed the patent, it was actually became their property. Because I didn't do it in the right process like you're talking about.
Dude, oh my gosh, man. There's so many good patents out there that aren't being utilized. Oh my gosh. Life could be so easy right now, but we make it so difficult. How you doing, Chuck?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Doing well. What are your philosophies for life, man? You lived a long time. You must have done something right. What are your philosophies for life? Right now, my goal is to try to heal every day. Try to heal myself every day. Instead of trying to, doing something that doesn't heal myself. Like eating bad. Just like eating bad or not exercising, for example.
Well, I can't exercise.
Right. Well, what are your tips for success?
Ooh, the hardest part, looking back at things, realizing, like you're saying, you're not a super person physically. And you do dumb things and you tear up your body, you don't even realize it until you get a little older. And then it's like every day becomes a chore. But you just
go ahead, Chuck. I'm sorry.
After I turned my life around, I just try to do the next right thing every day. Try to be of maximum help to others best that I can. And that's pretty satisfying and whatnot. I don't do stupid things like I used to, whether it be physically or indulging in excess alcohol or indulging in excess drugs, things like that.
No more cocaine with a group of strippers? Oh, Chuck, you're boring, bro.
What's that say? Chuck something. I couldn't see it. It's hard to read on this format.
Yeah, can we all agree that the vertical thing sucks?
Well,
it sucks.
Well, how
I'm not doing
your
this
stats? What are your stats saying? What are your stats saying?
Nothing. Not one single. Let's see. Do we get a single bump? Nope.
And then Chuck follows the Wilford Brimley fitness program, diabetes test and supplies, and Quaker oatmeal.
I don't have diabetes. Thank you.
Yeah, you have diabetes. There's a difference.
I try to fix balanced meals. You know, I cook everything. What else? I read every label before I buy it at the grocery store.
Chuck, what's a
Takes
balanced meal? 12 pack of cigarettes, a 40 ounce of beer, and bacon.
well, I don't drink anymore, so
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry, I forgot.
usually 6 ounces of meat, fish, chicken, vegetables, low starch. You know, limited potato. The starch. I limit the starches. Yeah, I'm not overweight by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff. I care about people. I know that's boring.
What?
No, asking people questions about how they're doing. I don't know if people are interested in that. As content. I care
keeps-
about people.
It keeps the flow going.
That's what I figure. It keeps something. It just keeps it moving. At least we're just sitting here staring at icons. Ugh.
Yeah, I was over at Denizens before I came over here on his show.
He's doing his own show. Or was he streaming somebody else?
He actually did his own show. He had to purchase StreamYard and set it up, but he actually did his own show.
I wonder why.
And overall, it was a pretty good conversation.
Do you remember the topic? Was there something that you?
It was about I'm trying to remember what we started off with. Atheism, agnostic, and Christian, or whatever you want to call it, believers. Just everybody's different ideas on what each one of those. I tried to discuss that, but I ran into a couple of stubborn people but there was no arguments. There was no arguments whatsoever. It was all discussion. Nobody was screaming and yelling at each other. Jack was even over there at first till he got ticked off at me and left. But I hollered back at him. I said, Jack, I'm not attacking you. It's your idea that I disagree with. Dennis, it's time for me to go. I'll see you later. And he was gone. But we were having a simple discussion, and everybody was participating. But then he took it to the personal level. I said, well, Jack, I'm not on your show, so I'm not going to take it. I don't mind discussing it.
Why is Jack on your mind?
No, we were at the show.
I know. We were talking about the topics of the show, not Jack.
Well,
it's always about Jack. If there's a way to bring it back to Jack.
We were
trolling you, Chuck. Go ahead.
Continue. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm slow sometimes.
I'm getting used to your pace, by the
way. Jack
way.
is the secret topic behind half of the topics in the Panelverse.
Now, last night, first time it's ever happened, I think I passed out on your show, Jeff. Was it your show?
You passed out. Was that the other day?
Last night.
Oh, yeah. Was it last night? Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I fell asleep. I had never done that.
That's yeah. I've only seen Cecil do it.
Well, at least I wasn't on camera doing it. I was tired though. Working in that heat took it out of me. Humidity was awful.
Working in the heat. You're building that duck house, right?
What's that?
You building a duck house?
It's done.
Yeah, they have a place to live now.
I find it weird calling it a duck coop.
Duck. Yeah, I know. It's hard. I don't know what you call it.
Coop. What do they call it?
It's a duck house.
Duck coop.
Yeah, I call it a duck house. Duck coop just sounded strange to me, so I called it a duck house.
I mean, I would know what a duck house is. It makes sense to me.
Why do you think they call it like a coop? I don't understand. That don't even sound like something. It sounds like.
Is it French?
Why don't they call it? Yeah, I guess it's French. I just call it a chicken house.
Chicken coop.
Yeah, A coop usually isn't very big, so I guess maybe that's why they started calling it coop.
Yeah. Have you guys ever been that simple to name an animal after its like basic name? You ever have a fish and just name it fish, or or a dog and just name it dog?
Like as a pet name?
Yeah, you guys ever do that to like an animal?
No,
Is
that would
that
be
basic?
weird. I've called a cat before, like, hey cat, come get your food, or hey cat, get off the
Now,
couch.
know its
Even though I
name. Yeah,
know
yeah.
its name, I'll
Oh, you
call
know
it
it's
cat just to talk to it.
I
But
was
I wouldn't name it cat. I'd give
I
it
was
a
at the
personalized name.
ER one time, and this lady came in, and they asked for her name at the registration desk, and she said her name was Famali.
Female.
They asked her to spell it.
It's
Yep,
family, familia,
Female, female.
Somali. Oh my gosh.
Yes,
Hey, did you ever? I guess there's a joke right now. There's a YouTube short going around. Someone named their kid Major Major. This is a kid joined the army, and then his paperwork got messed up, and he was a sergeant. And these officials, these uppers, come by. Hey, we're looking for Major Major. Who's the Major Major? And I guess he got promoted to Major Major because his name was Major Major.
I knew a guy in the service. His first name was General
Yeah, that's it.
General Pope, and
Yeah.
everybody thought he was a general.
Yes.
That seemed like it could get confusing in the army.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I mean. And yeah.
Why would you want to name your kid General is beyond me, but hey,
Well, is it to give your kid an upper hand? You
could
know what I
be.
mean? Like knowing he's gonna join the army.
Was he black?
Well, there was a guy with the last name of Major, and he was a sergeant. So when you addressed him, he was called Sergeant Major.
Right? That's what I mean. That's what. Yeah, yeah, it's, yeah. It's a good
It's
joke.
weird how that works.
Yeah, it's a good army joke. But then there's the opposite of people getting the bad names. Getting the bad names, dude. I knew a girl, and her last name was Lipscomb. Don't ask me where that came from.
Lipscomb?
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't it a last name?
Yeah, that's a last name, and it's just when you say it fast, it just didn't sound well.
Lipscomb.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Strange last names.
Yeah, that's a
What
good
did
one.
she
Think
call her son? I love Rihanna.
I don't know. I was a kid.
Let me look it up.
I don't like none of them.
I think yeah. That was her last name, was Lipscomb. I was like, huh. I
That's
got
not
lucky.
even her.
My last name is only 3 letters. So every piece of paper I did for school, it was only 7 letters, and I was good to go. I had a friend, his last name was 13 letters, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, why does school make you do that? Write your name on every piece of paper over.
well, like that.
Over,
Remember that
over,
general
over.
from, was it World War II or somewhere thereabouts? His last name was Westmoreland. I mean, huge last name.
Well, yeah, but they don't teach them cursive anymore, so I don't feel sorry for them.
That they don't.
If you know your cursive, it doesn't take long to write it out.
That's an interesting thing to realize that we were part of a generation where something got phased out of society.
Yep, cursive writing, telephone booths,
Pagers.
rotary phones.
Nah, they still got rotary
TV
phones
antennas.
as like a joke.
I got a rotary phone, but when you dial it, it actually inside the phone converts it over to digital.
Yeah, yeah. So they still got that, but like, that one dead. Cursive is dead. Almost the paper book is dying.
Yes, that's why so many of them big bookstores went out of business.
So you guys realize that's what Amazon was like known for? It was selling books.
Yeah, it was a bookstore.
Yeah, you know what the second biggest
Like
product
Barnes
on
and Noble.
Amazon is?
What's
Online
that?
books by
You know what
mail.
You know what the second largest selling product on Amazon is?
Second largest.
There's books and then something else. Comes in
Sex
second.
Kindle?
toys.
Yep.
Are
Yep.
you serious?
Yeah.
I was totally fucking around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sex
Yeah.
toys
It's sex toys.
Man, do I know humans or what?
from Amazon?
Well, no one wants to go to the store, Chuck,
Oh,
and
gotcha.
buy
All in private. You and your
But
random
it just
if
shows up
driver.
to your
memory
house in a brown
serves me
box.
right, when you go to Amazon to look at a product, there's always a new and a used price. Think about
Yep.
that in the
Well, I haven't
sex
checked
toy.
the sex toys.
Oh. That took a while, bro. I didn't take the bait.
Yeah. I'm
That
just
was funny.
curious.
How much of your life do you guys buy off the internet? Like, I'm just starting to get into it. Like, I buy things here and there, maybe once, twice a week off the internet. I know people that buy their groceries off the internet. They don't go to grocery stores.
We did that during COVID.
Are you still doing it, or do you prefer going out?
I don't like because they if they're out of it, then they never get the substitutions right. So I don't like that's the thing that keeps me from using it. If you're not there to pick it out yourself, you're stuck with whatever they give you.
No, I never trusted somebody else to pick out my fresh vegetables for me. I'm going to pick my own out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I use vegetables for bait. It's good for
For
catching
bait?
cows. Yeah, it's good for catching cows. I don't eat a lot of greens. Ugh.
Right. Meat, steak, and potatoes. Meat and
Yeah,
potatoes.
that's what I mean. Keep it real simple. Yeah. All right. What did you guys eat today?
Have you seen any polls since Kamala's been selected?
I did see a poll, or someone mentioned in the chat that she was only 3 or 4 points behind Donald.
Well, that was the same as Biden, though. Biden was like 3 or 4 points behind.
No, I heard after the rally event that Donald Trump went up to like 7 or 9 points ahead of Biden.
Wow.
That's what I saw, and then Biden dropped out. I heard people are interested in how the Democrats, the process in which they elected their presidential nominee. I guess
Well, they
skipped
haven't. They haven't yet.
Oh, okay. I thought she. Oh, that's true.
No.
Right. It's not 100% officially announced. It's that she's right now campaigning for that position.
There's other people complaining about the process because they wanted to run.
You know, I've always struggled to. Not really struggled. I'm always fascinated. For example, you, Jeff, your broad spectrum of the ability to learn. Like, you know about politics. It's like, man, that's crazy. And Chuck, you know about politics. That's crazy. That's a lot of learning, bro.
That's what life is. It's all about learning.
Yeah, but I mean, like, for example, I learned a lot in for my job, right? I'm really hyper focused in that. And I didn't really think politics is something that was necessary to learn in my life. And at my age, I don't know if it's even still necessary to learn about my life. Like, should I get more into it? Do I have the time to get more into it? Should I be on the beach? Should I be on the beach outside?
On the beach.
That's what I mean.
Oh, I don't think he's going to back out. He's going to take the opportunity to get some limelight. I don't know if y'all want to see. Joe Cool and Jack are about to debate on
What?
A Neurojack?
Mortal Kombat. Joe Cool's basically about to get his ass handed
Joe
to
Cool
him.
and who?
I would enjoy
Jack
seeing that.
Darko.
I would enjoy seeing
Jack
that.
Dark Move.
Oh, not your Jack. I'm sorry. You heard Jack. You got. I'm
He's
sorry.
been
I
here
forgot.
before, yes, Jeff?
You have a Jack
So
in your
so I
life.
think people should be able to have abortions up to at least like
Oh,
16
why
weeks.
abortion? I wanted
Because
to be
I
black
feel like life
supremacy.
should mirror the definition of death. And generally we concern we
Joe's not gonna know
consider
what to
like
do with
brain
all
death to
that.
be like the end of your like experience as a human. Like like you can have
Joe
a
has
respiratory
met
system and a cardiovascular system that's like still
Senator
working and beating and keeping
Byrd.
you alive. But once your brain is dead, like you like
He is
as
no
a person
match.
no longer existent anymore. So yeah, I feel like we should define life the same way. And about 16 to 18 weeks is when all of the parts of the brain are developed.
He's not even interrupting.
Can potentially deploy a conscious experience. And so I think it's fine to.
I think your argument is that life has not began into those 16 weeks.
I mean, I heard.
Oh wow!
No,
Joe,
I mean, I would say moral consideration isn't granted, like personhood, like isn't granted until like you have the capacity to deploy a human conscious experience.
So you're telling me that
no baby has
argument here about abortion is whatever the government says. If they say the brain, because I want your argument as opposed to you telling me what someone else thinks.
Yeah,
so I mean, we just go with the government as your argument.
I mean, it's not a government thing. Like this is my own like
here
personal thing. Like I am a scientist,
alive?
so
let
like
me ask your opinion. When is the baby alive? I'm asking your opinion.
So I know where life begins because I'm a scientist.
I mean, I would say probably like implantation would be like a good thing for there, but I don't know. That's
unless it's someone's sperm meets
conception for sure. Yeah, I mean,
someone has an argument that life, and if that life has an opportunity, assuming nothing bad happened, it's going to be going to its end, and he's going to become a human being. How is it not murder to end a life that's already begun?
In the same way that it would not be vandalism to tear down a building that hasn't been constructed yet.
But I thought we assumed life began, so the buildings it's at least started.
Man, Joe's doing way better than I thought.
I mean, like arguably, I mean, like the parts are there, sure, or rather the instructions are there. Like you're talking about like a pile of like some blueprints and like not even.
All right, I just want to peek in.
Well, Joe can hold his own sometimes.
Yeah, I thought this guy was gonna absolutely, and plus I thought Joe would be a little more maybe incapacitated than he is. He seems very.
He doesn't seem high. Yeah, he doesn't seem high.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of? Have you seen the Bill Burr baking a cake analogy to abortion?
We might have.
So Bill Burr describes it as you're baking a cake. You turn on the oven. The oven's hot, right? You get the batter. You put it in the bowl with the eggs and everything. Mix it all up. Mix it all up. Mix it all up. You put it in the pan. You put the pan in the oven, and then some asshole comes out of nowhere before the cake's done, takes the pan out and throws the freaking thing out over the edge. That's how he says it. It's like you did all the stuff. It's almost a full cake. But someone came by and destroyed a cake. If no one came by and destroyed that, did that, threw the pan out and took it out of the oven, it would have been a cake.
Is that the abortion?
Yeah. That's
destroy the cake.
The Bill Burr abortion analogy.
It comes down to when life begins. Like nobody wants to think that they're murdering a human life, so they just define life differently.
What's your definition?
They don't think they're murdering a life.
If you care sharing, what's your definition? When do you think the spark starts?
Well, he said he was a scientist, but to me, the concept when the sperm and the egg meet, that starts the process of
because that little sperm guy's got to swim.
Self-generating. So to me, life, that's where life would begin. But he made an argument for something about having a conscious experience, which what baby has a conscious experience in the womb at all?
I think that's the point Joe was trying to make.
Do you think babies that react to noise and things that are surrounding are having a conscious experience inside the womb, or just a reaction experience?
So we wait for them to have a reaction before we decide not to kill them, and before they have a reaction, it's okay to kill them.
But does the heartbeat mean they're alive.
That seemed to be his argument.
Yeah, his argument was they had to experience outside the womb.
There was like a
experience.
window at which there was this gray area, or it wasn't quite. It was life, but it didn't meet the metric of consciousness. And to me, life is enough. Like, life implies consciousness. So if you end life at any stage, even before consciousness, you're still ending a living being.
But in
That
the
is
same
eventually going to develop the consciousness.
and in the same token, it's kind of like an oxymoron. Back when abortion's legal, okay, you're killing a baby, all right? Well, if you hit a girl in a car accident, even though she's on her way to get an abortion and it kills that fetus, you're charged with murder.
Yeah, from a legal point of view,
Yeah.
as soon as the female knows that she is pregnant, is when I guess
It
that
can
can
be
happen, right?
Yeah.
Added to the
No, she don't
equation.
even have
God,
to.
it looks like
She
Joe's
doesn't
gonna
even
win.
have to know. If they do
That's
an
cool.
autopsy and
Right,
find out that she was pregnant, they can charge.
Yep. You're absolutely right there. I forgot about that. That they don't that she doesn't need the knowledge. Is the state finds it.
Yeah,
that
it's
way.
weird.
Yep.
All I know is that little spermy dude's alive. He takes off swimming like hell, and he starts a chain reaction. So is that when life starts? I don't know.
This is a dumb question. You think that little spermy dude has like the intelligence of like an earthworm?
I think he's got your intelligence. When you send him out, because he came from you.
Oh, I
So
thought you were
you-
making a comparison like he was like a simple Jack.
No. I'm saying if you, it's
I
a
know what
part
you're-
of,
I get your assembly.
and he carries your what DNA structure or whatever with him. Except I'm not that versed in science, so
Yeah. And I don't. It's ugh. I don't like talking about bodily fluids. Sorry, Chuck. It's not my topic.
Me either.
Yeah, let's see if we can talk about guitars or something. Cars,
Hot Wheels.
Guitars, Hot Wheels. Yeah. No, I'm getting tired of Hot Wheels. No, I'm thinking about starting a new game. If you guys are interested in hanging out with me, I'm starting a new game soon. So,
What game is that?
No Man's Sky. It's a AI generating game for space exploration.
Really?
Yeah. Also, I'll probably just have StreamYards running at the same time, so I'll have people come up and chat while I am playing because it's just a mindless game. So,
a mindless game.
Well, it's one of those things that doesn't. Well, I'm used to first-person shooters where you have to think about angles.
Oh yeah.
Either attack or suppress or fall back. For this one, all you gotta think about is hopefully I don't press the wrong button.
Is it like a space
freak? They think that he is. They think he's
Pardon?
lying about it, and he's secretly in cahoots with the Project 2025 people because they were tied to his campaign somehow or something. So it's a conspiracy. They don't trust that he's not involved, and that feeds the thing that it's a sinister agenda that they're trying to spring on the people, even though it's all out in the open.
Do you have thoughts on Project 2025, Jeff?
I don't know enough about it, but I'm not that worried about it for some reason.
It's a wish list. Some think tank got together and said, "This is what we would like to see happen." What's the chances of it happening? Slim to none.
Right. He still has to work within our existing system and all of its checks and balances.
Exactly.
And Biden went in there and did that equity thing, and that's fucked up everything on my end of government since. So if Donald Trump goes in there and does a different thing and it messes it up in a different way, that's no different than what Biden did.
Do you guys know if the Project 2025 was presented by a Republican think tank?
Yes,
So do
I
you
think it
think that
was the Heritage Foundation, if I'm not
do
mistaken.
have the Democrats presented a concept for their ideas yet, or have they presented their ideas yet?
Daniel, you're assuming it's going to get implemented as printed, like like out of the box. I don't know how anybody can read the Project 2025 thing and think that if Trump gets elected, this is exactly all of a sudden like flipping a switch how our system is going to become. That seems just hysterical in the sense of hysteria.
I think Harris mentioned that it was like a 800 page proposition. So that doesn't sound like too much to
900,
read. Doesn't sound like
900
too
page.
much.
I think
That's-
people are fear based around. They're prone to fear.
It's
I
fear
think fear
porn.
feeds a lot of their
Yeah, it's
imagination.
fear porn.
Yeah, fear porn.
Everything is fear porn nowadays.
That's why it's hard to have a rational conversation.
Why would you
about
call it
this
that,
stuff.
Chuck?
Because that's what it is.
Well, what is
People-
fear porn? Can you define it for me? I'm getting confused.
It's
people-
help me out, Jeff.
Because that doesn't make. I've never even heard of that. What's that called?
It
That
feeds
category?
their fear. They get off.
On GitHub?
Just
porn?
like people use porn and get off on porn. This feeds whatever that this
So they're using fear to
this narrative that they're attached to about scary takeover of the government.
to increase more fear. They're using fear to increase more fear.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
that's the simplest way to
I'm
put
looking
it.
at the AI. I had a whole thing on Project 2025 that I did with it, and I'm looking
Yeah.
for how do you search previous chats.
I have no
What
idea.
AI
I
are
don't.
you using? Chat GPT, Gork or Mork? Is that what it's on? Gmork? Gork? I don't know. What AI are you using, Jeff?
The Gemini, Google.
Gemini.
Yeah, I heard that they have people are naming their AI and just having dumb AI because it's the new thing. And it's pissing people off.
Oh, maybe it was Chat GPT.
Like when you go shopping, people are using AI bots that show up and go, "Hey, I noticed you're here. Are you interested in buying this?" That little bubble that pops up. Oh god.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the widgets. Gosh, widgets, bro.
Widgets are for idiots.
If you guys had a wish to eliminate one pet peeve or widget, what would you eliminate?
Any one what?
Widget or pet peeve?
Huh?
A pet peeve? You know what a pet peeve is? Something that annoys you?
Yeah, I know what a widget is too. I'm just not putting those two together. What I don't
Just
understand.
a pet peeve is something small that annoys you, and a widget is something small that could annoy you, like a fidget
I thought a
spinner.
widget was like a little device or gadget.
Right. Yeah, and like for example, a squeaky toy could be a widget that annoys you. A dog with a squeaky toy could be a pet peeve. So I want to get rid of all those squeaky toys. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, I see.
it's just an entertaining content question.
Well, right
You had
now,
one wish.
widget is Daniel Price's comment. That's one of my pet peeves. Daniel, you still have the checks and balances of our system. Like, are you not confident that our system's gonna
Yeah, we don't have a
keep its
dictator.
integrity with the existing checks and balances? I don't understand why, even if all this is true, why you're scared of it, as long as it fits within our system of checks and balances. Because anything that doesn't is not going to be sustained long term. So I'm not worried about it. He tried to pass all kind of other stuff when he was president that didn't get through. Y'all make out like he's going to wave a magic wand and our entire system overnight is going to be transformed into a new system of government. He doesn't have that kind of power. Nobody does. That's why it's called checks and balances. So I'm trying. I'm serious. I really am trying to understand the fear, and I don't see it because I know what our existing system allows for.
That's a good argument, actually. That you trust what we have that's established because you think it works well, and something like what Trump is presenting is not going to get past what we have. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, I like it. I'm confident in that concept. I agree.
It's built on and I don't know what this Agenda 47 is. I'll look it up, but it's built on 4 main pillars. There's a policy agenda, which is the mandate for leadership. I think that's that policy guide that everybody's freaking out about. It contains specific proposals for every major issue facing the country. None of that sounds like out of the ordinary. Like think tanks put out this kind of stuff all the time. It seeks to compile a database of qualified conservatives to fill key positions. It has training programs for these individuals for their roles, and a 180-day playbook, which is actions to be taken in the first 180 days. Oh, hang on, I'll be back.
All right, Chuck. So if you could have one wish in the world, what would it be?
I was trying to hold the burp in. Sorry.
I don't know. Okay, I was following what Jeff was saying, but I don't know where else to go beyond that, other than to listen and learn about what they're saying, because I don't know much about that. So
it's just like at work, you have a brainstorming session. You ever had those before?
I'm a goldfish, Chuck. It's
a
not
goldfish?
my job. I'm not. It's not my job to brainstorm.
Oh,
my
you
job
don't work with others in your same capacity?
I'm just joking, Chuck. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
I was just trying to say, you brainstorm on a project and you come up with this to-do list. And most people know that the list never gets completely done. This is what we wish for. This is what we'd like to see happen. We would like all
You've
employees
been hanging out
to
in
be.
Talcadia way too long, Chuck. Over in my kingdom, we make the list, we check it twice, and we get it done. Okay?
There you go.
I don't know what's going on in Talcadia, Chuck, and your half checklist. Okay. Okay. No, I get what you're saying. No, I know. Okay, I understand.
That's why I call it
what is in Agenda 47? What is in 2025? They're having people going, hey, these are red flags for us. And they're having their opinions about it.
What they are policy ideas. And depending on which side of the fence you're on, you're either going to like the policies or you're not. But just because it's a policy idea, like Jeff said, there's enough checks and balance that they just can't arbitrarily implement their policies. Like every president new president says, I got 100-day agenda.
Why would anybody
suggest? I don't know where he gets this from. This is so sensationalistic.
Jeff.
Kiss ass or be terminated. I'm sure that's not what the policy is going to be.
Scoot to your left.
Like each one is doing it. They have this fear that democracy is under threat, and Trump's team has this fear about the elections are not free and fair. Everybody's trying to undermine trust in the system, and I'm suspicious of it wherever it comes from, whether it's Daniel Price, whether it's Trump himself. Our elections, I have trust in them. I have faith they're relatively free and fair enough for us to run a country, and I have faith that our system is going to withstand whatever kind of crazy stuff y'all think is going to be brought in with this Agenda 47 or Project 25. I looked at Schedule F. We looked at that the other day, and I could see that if there was some things in there about the overtime.
Yeah, changing
it apply to the entire labor department. But again, that has to go through the system.
It just can't yeah.
You'll make out like he's going to go in and wave a wand, and all of a sudden we're going to be living under these new rules. I just don't see it working that way. And he's the head of the executive branch, so he has a lot of power as to what he can do with the executive branch. But that's not out of the ordinary to me. That's not anything to worry about. I don't think he's going to exceed what the system allows him.
And there's been many a times, whether a Democrat or Republican president, use their executive power to make a rule, and somebody sued and it went to the Supreme Court and gets overturned.
Right. That happened with Donald Trump's DEI order. There was a federal court that overturned it. So I'm not worried about. I still don't understand what the fear is. Because I'm sure the people that wrote Project 2025 already know what the existing laws are, what they can and can't get away with. So they're already fitting the agenda into the existing framework of what's allowed. So unless they're breaking laws and unless they're writing something into it that requires criminal activity, which I doubt they would do, then it's just they have a different set of values.
Yeah.
Just like if the DEI administration took over and rammed through this big equity policy, which they in fact did, I would have the same feeling. But none of it's illegal. Like none of it's outside of the framework of what's allowed in the system. It was all done through the political process.
What do you guys think?
I'm the one being extreme and hyperbolic now. Okay.
A think tank would even think of ideas that would challenge or break our system. It doesn't even make sense to me.
And Lindsay, we had him for 4 years, and the impending fascist leadership never happened. So I don't to me that would be enough to dispel that fear. And I saw a lot of civil unrest in 2020 here in Seattle. We had the Chaz, the George Floyd stuff.
Now, those were peaceful protests, yeah.
I'm much more worried about civil unrest from that side, especially living up here.
Do you think that would have happened if Trump was president during those years, if those type of protests?
He was president during the George Floyd, during 2020.
Yeah, he was.
He was president during George Floyd, really?
Mm-hmm. Yep, and the Chaz. That was all.
Oh, he was.
But he can't arbitrarily send in help without the
right. If there was ever a time to be
asking.
fascist, it was then, and he didn't even do it then. If he needed an excuse at any time.
But local departments had to ask for help.
Right.
If they didn't ask, they didn't get any.
Okay. Yeah, so it'd be ignorant of me to try to put this blame onto Biden's administration team for ignoring what, protests that I thought were extreme.
Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't the Biden administration. It was the leaders on the left that were telling people it was okay to ignore restrictions and go protest anyway. But it wasn't Trump's administration telling people that. That was a left thing telling their people it was okay to break lockdown.
And I know there was a few times that some localities did ask for help, and they did send in the feds to quiet things down. But it was only a few that asked for help. Municipalities.
Talk about a conspiracy theory or no? About the protest? You guys want
me, or are you talking to
you guys want to entertain my conspiracy theory about the protest?
The George Floyd protest?
Or just were there government agents
why?
what would that be called? Saboteurs?
I'm an Occam's razor guy, so unless there's a really good reason for adding another explanation on top of the existing one, I'm usually gonna not say no.
Chuck, what do you think? Were there saboteurs, government, agents in the crowds during big protests that were on TV and nationalized?
The one I know about was January 6th, where they had agents mixed in with the crowd. Now, what their job was, I do not know. If their job was
were they on
monitor.
On
Well,
the
go ahead.
clock? Were they on the
Yes.
clock, or were they
Yes.
just happened to have a career in that? You know.
No, they were on the clock.
Ooh, Chuck thinks they were on the clock.
Well, no, they got proof of that. That's the only reason I said it.
Like a tax return proof?
There's no. I haven't seen. Were they there to monitor the crowd, or were they inciting people? You know, riling people up. I haven't got.
So you
enough
think the
evidence
government
yet.
would pay agents to go into these protests and incite the crowd to riot more than they're already? These are law enforcement agents to commit more crime than they're already committing. That
Who are you
makes
talking
sense to
to?
you as a
Me?
theory.
You should have let him finish, Jeff.
Is he talking to me or someone in chat?
To you, whoever just
Oh,
said
no.
that there were agents.
I'm saying they had agents mixed into the crowd. The reason why, if I had to guess, I would say would be to monitor the crowd.
But I'm saying, are there people out there that seriously think agents are being paid by the government to inflame the crowd to commit more crime than it already would commit, and they're there to stop as part of their job? That makes no fucking sense to anybody who thinks that. Is that the conspiracy?
There are
Yes.
That the agents were paid to make it worse than it actually was?
Yes.
These
there are
people need
YouTube-
mental health care. Stat.
Wow.
They're
I thought that
conspiracy
was common
brain.
knowledge. Yeah, I thought that was common knowledge, but yeah.
That government is paying agents to make the United States have more crime in it than less crime.
Yes, sir.
That's the conspiracy.
I feel sorry for whatever trauma has people that mistrustful of their government. That they think the government is spending money to make crime worse in the U.S.
Yeah, it isn't. Sometimes it doesn't make sense either. But I don't understand government. Did you guys see? Since we're talking about January 6th, there was a debate that happened recently. Did you guys hear about that?
About what?
A debate that happened recently about January 6th. YouTube debate.
No.
Oh, I guess Andrew Wilson. If you guys know who that is, debated Destiny about January 6th.
Oh yeah, I have no
I pay
interest in
zero
Destiny
attention
whatsoever. I think he's psychopathic scum. What agencies are you talking about? I don't know that he can just cause agencies that are set up by law to be independent to suddenly not be independent. You're talking about just by the staff he puts in them? But is he going to do some kind of mind control on the staff where they're like mindless zombie drones obeying orders from central control? I still don't understand the fear.
And if it's only the executive branch, then he's in charge of the executive branch. He has that right.
Daniel, he already did that during his first 4 years. He put his people in the positions, and every president does that. They come in and they get rid of the old people and they put their people. Like, I don't see what's
so
weird
Jeff,
about that.
Can I challenge your logic? My intent is just to understand more about your logic and just and to have a conversation. Do you mind if I challenge your logic?
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
On what?
About the government having agents to do more damage than to good.
Yeah, I don't know how much that was actually logic. It was more common sense and intuition. But yeah, you could challenge my position on it. I just don't think the government would do that. I'm not that mistrustful of our government that I think they're paying people to make crime worse.
Would you say that the police have undercover agents that are paid by the government because they are under that payroll?
Probably there are agents whose job it is to be undercover in certain situations, operations, whatever.
And I don't know if it's true, but I've heard of undercover agents participating in crime in order to get farther into crime. Then that sounds like the government allowing permission to do harm.
I don't know what the laws are about that. You hear about drug agents that are supposedly allowed to do drugs to keep their
Right.
cover and that kind of stuff. I don't know enough about that
And then
area.
I did hear about an idea that at one point in
Oop.
time there was a 3-letter agency that was the starter of the war on drugs and brought in heroin, brought in dope to the United
Yeah, I've
States.
heard that rumor too. Is that related to what we're talking about, or is that separate?
Yes, that's
I
the
don't know.
government agents doing harm on its
And
nation.
even if it's the agent, even if, like you said, the agents are paid to infiltrate, like they're allowed to do this amount of law breaking to get in with the gang, that's still for noble purposes. You think they're doing it for sinister purposes to undermine the American people, or is it with the purpose of further protecting the American people by infiltrating the bad guys?
Just to debate, not to argue. Yes, I would think that's negative. Getting your economy and your nation stuck on drugs is a negative
Wait,
overall
I
effect.
think we're talking about two different things, because you're talking about this. The CIA started the drug war or something.
Well,
I'm talking about just the idea that they use agents, and the agents have a certain latitude when it comes to what kind of laws they're allowed to, like the gray areas they're allowed to be involved in.
Oh, I was
Just in
understanding.
general, protests, whatever. I'm not talking about CIA and drug war.
Well,
I'm
no,
talking about just the use of agents in general. Do you not think that's for a larger purpose, that's for the good of the public? Even if they allow
no.
the agents the ability to break the law in order to get further entrenched in whatever group they're trying to infiltrate, that still seems like it's a good thing to have our agents do. That it's not, they're not doing it to hurt the American people, they're doing it to help the American people by allowing their agents to have this law breaking power in order to infiltrate these groups.
Well, I appreciate you entertaining my my questions. Thank you.
I think that if people are going to mistrust their government, they're going to do it for psychological reasons that they already have a tendency to mistrust in the first place. And people like me who would naturally have a tendency to be trusting are going to interpret information in a way that's going to cause them to continue to trust. But the real bottom line is I have no reason. My government has never done anything to me or deceived me or given me a reason to suddenly think it has ill intent toward me as a citizen. I haven't been able to get there psychologically through any direct experience.
The only thing that I've been burdened with is, I believe, is a tax that I didn't believe it was necessary. Other than that, I haven't had any ill effect. The government hasn't affected me negatively.
Like
I
a
wish they
tax
could do
on
better.
you?
Yeah, like for example, like we have to have healthcare in California. If you don't, it's mandatory. If you don't,
Oh,
you get a penalty.
Yeah, like when you file your
Yeah.
taxes, you have to
Yeah,
prove.
it's like
Yeah.
I've never been to the hospital, so I'm gonna pay into healthcare system that I don't use.
I thought that was a federal thing.
Well, I get taxed no matter what, so I don't agree
Well,
with that tax.
Daniel, if that's the case, I'd say he has to get away with it first. He has to actually do this reclassification thing and have it go unchallenged.
I don't know if it's federal either, Chuck. Because do you think Alaska has mandatory health care? And taxes are, I would think their citizens are more. I wouldn't think Alaska would have to have mandatory health care, being how rural it is. You know.
But again, that came out of the political process. That was part of American politics doing its thing.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
so
a fan
just
of that.
because sometimes you get a policy you don't like as a result, doesn't mean the government's out to do everybody harm.
I agree. I didn't say that. I just said I wasn't a fan of the tax. But overall, the government has been good to me. That's what I've said. I wasn't a fan, but I agree, and I'm a fan of the government. If I would, I've traveled the world, and I've always wanted to come back to the United States.
Oh, you have traveled the world?
Yeah, but for brief stuff. I didn't stay anywhere to actually understand governments. But I understood the concept of the area enough to understand that United States is pretty damn safe.
Ah, okay.
It's real safe. It's real safe. I'm great. I'm so happy we have like healthcare standards for food.
Yeah,
We have
that's
clean.
something
We
you've
we have
talked
clean.
yourself into, not lost. Because I could sit and tell myself any kind of story about the future. We all can.
Chuck, we have clean running water for most, if not all, of the nation. I've
And
been
we have
to
the best
places
toilet paper in the world.
you can't drink the water. You know what I mean?
Oh,
you know
yeah,
what I mean, bro?
they claim because of fluoride, therefore they're poisoning you.
I've had fluoride my whole life. I thought it was in the water, even as kid. Like my whole life, it seems like I grew up knowing there was fluoride in the water.
Yeah,
It has been.
Did you guys ever do that? Did you ever get on the fluoride train for a little bit? I knew about it. I did some YouTube shorts about it. Maybe spent 6 months about it, but never didn't buy any anti-fluoride toothpaste.
Oh yeah, we did it. When we had our braces, we had to wash with this fluoride stuff, and then as an adult, you could buy this anti-fluoride. And we had the little pink tablets that you brush your teeth, and then you eat them, and it shows all the spots that you missed.
I forgot
And they were
about
good.
that.
I love those little pills. I would eat them like candy.
I wonder if they still have them. Do you think they still have them?
I don't know. I wish
You should get them. You should get them, bro. You live life. Get them.
Yeah, I would. Let me see if they have. What are they called?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
They used to be
no idea what they're called.
They were a
so
training
good
aid
with
for
that
kids.
flavor.
Brothers in the chat, help us out. Did you have that experience where you had this little tiny thing that you chewed on, like a little thing, like a Tic Tac?
Plaque disclosing tablets, they're called. Apparently, they do still have
What
them.
flavors? What's the most popular flavor?
Bubblegum, probably.
Pink. It looks like they only have.
Yeah, it would probably be bubble. How did bubblegum become a toothpaste?
I don't know.
Here, for those
I'll take
who might
cotton
have missed
candy over
out,
bubblegum.
it's these little pills, and you brush your teeth, and then you eat them, and you chew them up, and you swish them around in your mouth, and they stick to the areas that the plaque
Where
is
you
still in, and
missed.
it shows you the parts you missed, and then you rebrush your teeth, and you get all the pink off, and that means your teeth are fully or as close to clean as you're
I
gonna
like that
get.
idea.
And they were so good. Whatever that flavor is, it was some of the best taste. I wish they had candy in that flavor.
Oh, I hated them things.
Yeah, dude, Alex Jones. Is he a comedian? Is he a current what is Alex Jones to you guys?
He is a YouTuber before there was YouTube. He is a panelist, content creator, a panelist. Has a camera and a microphone, and look at me. Let me keep eyeballs on my show.
Do you remember how much he was sued for?
Oh, billions.
Was it? I thought I was either confused. Was it 200 million or was it 2 billion?
It was in the billions.
I thought it was $2
I'm pretty
billion
sure.
dollars, bro. Can you imagine being ooh?
I mean, you can't get blood out of a rock, you know.
That's like being in debt for like life.
Yeah, because if you work, that money goes to them.
That's what I mean. Any dollar you spent, they're collecting, bro. I mean, any dollar you make, they're collecting. Like they'll have guys hovering over you on cash transactions. Nope.
That's what happened to O.J. Simpson.
What happened to O.J. Simpson, Chuck?
Well, you know, he won the murder trial. You know, if the glove don't fit, you can't convict.
Dude, do you think he did it, Chuck?
But he lost in civil court for wrongful death. So any money he would make after that went to the victim's family. So he finally quit working. And he got in a little trouble because he was selling his football memorabilia to try to survive. And because he didn't report that he sold it, because that money should have went to them. Yeah, it was a mess.
Now, it might be both athletes, but he's one of the athletes who got in trouble for selling his memorabilia, but wanted to get it back. So he went to go get it back. He got caught
at gunpoint. Yeah, he tried to steal it back.
And Tyson did it too, right? Both those guys, or was it just
OJ, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought maybe Tyson did it too, but maybe it was just OJ. What are you snacking on, my bro? What are you snacking on, brother?
I don't think he heard you.
Oh, do what? Do what?
What are you snacking on?
Pizza.
Nice.
I didn't eat tonight. This is my dinner.
What is it? Frog legs?
How do you do that, bro? My body is hungry. Like it hurts if I don't eat.
I eat once a day. I eat once a day.
I have to eat at least twice.
Well, I'm like Jeff. I'll get busy and I'll forget all about eating.
No, my body reminds me to eat.
It's part of our digital crack addiction, drug addiction. It's one of the symptoms.
What is? What's part of our digital addiction?
Man, Joe Cool is kicking ass on this.
Not eating, I think.
Why aren't you sharing it with us, my friend?
They still going at it?
Chuck and I were just making up
verbal
content.
combat. They could be going at it all night. That's the whole show. Is people going at it.
Can you share it with us? I would love to hear how Joe's doing.
Well, no, I don't want my show to be their show.
Usually one-on-one
I'm not going to bump that.
Can you help us out with your show? Jeff, help us out with your show.
Y'all are doing. Y'all are talking.
We're doing just fine. Yeah. All right.
And in this corner, weighing in at 295 pounds.
What Daniel's saying, in his mind, Trump's going to get elected and turn us into Putin's Russia, Xi's China, or a Christian theocracy when he didn't do any of that the first 4 years. Where does this come from? This comes from an excitable imagination and propaganda from who knows what source.
So, Jeff, have you heard what Trump is saying about the war in Ukraine?
No, I don't. Not really. I'm not paying
attention.
Apparently,
if he takes office, he would like to end the war in Ukraine. Do you hear what Putin said about it?
No, what Putin say?
Putin said, if Trump says that, I'm okay with that. Apparently that's what he said. What do you think about those? What do you think about that?
I don't think anything about it. I don't take any of the two of them seriously. Anything that comes out of their mouth. So I'm not one of these people that Trump said something, so then I hang on that word and try to interpret it and connect it to reality. I let what Trump says go in this ear and come out of this ear, and then Putin goes in this ear and comes out of this ear. Both of them.
We can't talk about what...
like my mental health stays relatively stress-free of having to pay attention and decode anything out of Trump or Putin's mouth because none of them are reliable. Neither of the two.
I appreciate you sharing that. That speculating is not good for mental health. Your mental health. Thank you. Well, what people are saying and speculating what they say is not good. I appreciate that. I won't bring that up, brother.
No, I mean you could bring anything up.
Well, think about it. All these people.
I'm going to test this something real quick, Chuck. He says I can talk about anything, right?
Go for it.
So, what do you speculate Trump was saying when he said we have to stop them from signing the document? Is that insurrection? No, you don't want to talk about that. That's what I mean. You don't want to talk about that.
I don't know because that's what was in the indictment, and I was waiting for the trial to get that information. That's what I was hoping would come out of the trial. Was those kind of questions. I was curious myself.
Damn it. I was hoping to troll you. It didn't work.
Oh.
Yeah.
It might have worked for Chuck.
Oh, okay. What kind of pizza are you a fan of? Looks like pepperoni.
Whatever's cheap at the store.
Well,
not picky.
Do you like the?
I don't like no pineapple at all.
And pizza?
No.
You don't like the? I would have. Oh, so you're more like a DiGiorno's?
They're okay.
Do you ever go to 7-Eleven?
Yeah.
Apparently, their pizza is DiGiorno. That's what the people say. There's a rumor
they have
going
their own
around
pizza?
that a DiGiorno is the pizza at 7-Eleven. That's the conspiracy right now.
Did you fall out of your chair?
No, I had some phone call from some Jamaican dude.
Oh.
It's like 12:30 at night here. And I'm like, who the hell's calling me?
Did you send the 35 cents to help support his family?
He barely spoke English. He wanted to know my name and stuff. And I said, pal, if you don't know who you're called, I'm not telling you.
All right. Chuck, I need your advice, mentor.
What's
Chuck.
the research that shows that a theocracy is going to be installed, or Xi's China, or what was the other one? Putin's Russia. How could
Oh,
they research? How could you test and falsify all of that
I got the research for a theocracy.
from Trump? He's not even that religious.
Really? I thought Trump was more the religious.
It's called the Bible.
Presidents. Out of all the recent presidents, I thought Trump was the most religious, most Christian. From like,
Does Trump strike you as a theocrat?
I don't know what that is. If you can explain, like
A religious doctrine
What?
that lives by religious doctrine.
We have separation of church and state in the United. That's not going anywhere. You'd first have to get rid of that to have your theocracy. That's one of our checks and balances. That's not something that any single branch of power can just knock down.
So theocracy is when your religion also branches off or flows into your political views.
Yep.
Thank you.
So what was your question you had for me?
It was a dumb question. It was a dumb joke question.
Oh,
It was
okay.
that dumb. And it was that dumb. I forgot.
Works for me.
It was just a dumb joke question. Trying to make dumb content,
And you
lighthearted
try to-
content.
Yeah. But I was saying, all you got to do is turn on YouTube and you see all these rabbit hole conspiracy people. That's all they do is go down these rabbit holes. That can't be healthy on the mind
It's not.
to go down every rabbit hole there is.
I don't know if it's avoidable. It's
I mean-
it's the way the human brain works. It's not. There's no protection from it.
This may be a tough question.
Uh-oh.
Do you remember the first rabbit hole you fell into? Mine, for example, mine was global warming. That was
First
the first
rabbit
I
hole.
remember. That was my first one because they taught me that in elementary school. Global warming, and the science of global warming. So that was my first rabbit hole, really.
They taught that in school.
L.A. Spike, come up and
Science.
fight about it.
Science class.
Wow.
What did they teach in school?
Global warming. The effects of man on the environment. It was like elementary school science. No, it was a middle school science class. So I mean, dude, like I said, Chuck, I went to California schools. I was taught
that's right.
a whole bunch of negative things. I was taught about people bad, history, people bad, that we should not put our hands on each other. We went to war, slavery bad, Nazi bad. Did a little bit of world history, but it was just basic, mostly religious world history, if there was any, and a Chinese history and African history. Not a lot of South American history, a little bit of Mexican history, American history, not a lot of Canadian history, and science, math, English, literature, social studies. And it was like all negative, so much point out negatives, no positive learning. No
That
real
would be
learning.
depressing.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, school. Yeah, dude. I can't imagine schools these days, even worse, where they build schools to be safe zones, but the safe zones look like prisons.
Yeah. Yep.
You know,
I know what you mean.
They try to protect the kids from the outside, but they literally look like a prison. And it's like that can't be reinforcing that where you go to looks like a prison state.
Daniel, I'm confused why you think that gives them the power to override our system of checks and
They
balances
have
just
no
because they happen
powers.
to be Christian or like Mike Johnson doesn't have any additional power as Speaker of the House that anybody else would have in that position
The
just
consti-
because
the
there's Christian
consti-
nationalism after his name or whatever you think is behind their
The
name.
Constitution clearly states separation of church.
I know,
and
and I
government.
think the fear. I think this is religious bias. I think the fear is that religious people are not going to honor the separation of power. They are incapable of keeping religion out of government just by virtue of the fact that they're religious. They do not trust anybody religious near the levers of power because there's a bias that's going to tilt them toward using that power for religious reasons instead of secular. They do not trust religious people in power. Just like I don't trust DEI people in power.
And I think there's been proof lately. They've been removing it out of their government systems as much as possible.
Well,
like
Louisiana did just pass the Ten Commandments law, so, but I fully expected to get shot down.
like removing the Pledge of Allegiance from schools. That's one thing, right?
Are
A
they
lot of
removing
schools
it now?
did that. Yes, a lot of
Um,
schools.
yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if that's religious, but that's I don't know if that's religious.
I know
Is that
atheists tried to make the argument because it said under God that
Yeah,
it didn't
that's
belong
right.
in
Thank
schools,
you.
but they say
It
the
was.
same thing about money. To me, that's just needing to get a life.
Does the modern dollar bill? Oh, is that a decent argument that the dollar bill reflects a religious context, or no? Because it also shows like pyramids. It also shows other religious context. So it's not Christian. It's multicultural, like a melting pot bill. That's
If
so
I'm
stupid.
getting in an argument with somebody about the dollar, I'm talking to the wrong person.
Ooh, why is that?
I just got $8,000 from Trump.
For what?
They're
Isn't he taking
gold.
money right now?
Giving you money.
They're gold-plated $1,000 Trump bills.
Okay.
Wait, what you bought? You bought $8,000 worth of Trump bills?
Here, I'll show you. I ordered a hat and got this as a free gift. I think they put it in the wrong box. Let me grab it. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
What is going on
Yeah,
here,
please
Chuck?
do.
I love Chuck's half story where we have to pull the information out of him.
I got a bit of a headache, so I'm a little slow.
You have a headache every day then? I don't explain. I don't get it. You just
Oops, dropped the phone.
I can't wait to see these gold-plated Trump dollars.
Let me
I wish I
find
got some
them.
Trump stuff.
8,000 of them, you said?
No, they're $1,000 bills. I got 8 of them.
Oh, $8,000 ones. Okay.
Yeah.
Are they legal? Because I heard something that he did make like a crazy legal, like he did something that was crazy. Like there is a crazy dollar bill out there.
Here.
I don't know how well they're going to
I
show.
still regret being in vertical right now.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how well you're going to see them.
What?
That's hard to laugh, bro.
You
but
got it
that's
for free?
That's legit,
Yeah.
bro. That is legit.
For the MAGA hat? That's pretty generous, actually.
You want to see the hat?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's legit.
I would totally wear that.
Yeah,
Somewhere
Chuck's a
around
full
here.
fanboy
That's
right
kind
here.
of hot.
Oh, yeah.
Sweat
That's
it.
a nice hat.
That's kind of hot.
Hey, Bex.
Oh,
Got a flag on it and everything.
Yeah, if I
Bex,
saw
do you
that at a
have-
gay bar, I'd
Do you
be
have
like,
your MAGA
"Who's
hat?"
that dude over there in the Trump hat, camo hat.
I think Jeff needs a MAGA hat. I think
I do. I won't. I'll probably end up getting one.
I think I can gift you a MAGA hat. That'd be funny.
Right, I have my Bubba Gump hat. That's as close as I have right now.
That's a real American hat right there. Bubba Gump. Hey, so are you a big fan of shrimp?
I like shrimp. Growing up, we used to. They had they had the people that would come off the boats at the port, and they would go house to house with this fresh shrimp that they caught like right out of the Gulf that day, like an hour earlier, and they would sell it real cheap by the pound. And my mom would have the fry daddy, and she'd fry big batches of this fresh fried shrimp. It was the best stuff ever.
I
So
appreciate
that
you
kind of
sharing
shrimp,
that, dude.
yeah,
That's a great freaking memory, dude. Wow. That's a great memory, dude. Shout out to Mexico. Hey, Mexico.
Yeah, I only paid $3 for the hat.
Yeah, I am gonna have to have the antler.
Dude, yeah,
model.
that must have and that was an official Trump fundraiser.
Yeah.
What a deal.
I know. For Trump to give free shit, that's
He lost money on that. To ship the hat cost
actually
more than
strains
$3.
All I had to do was pay $3 for shipping. I got the hat for free.
what? Not from Trump. It was some who
That's from his
Trump's always asking
campaign.
for money. He's not giving free stuff.
It's from his campaign.
So see, that makes me more suspicious than anything else about Trump so far.
Yeah, I'm hard. Yeah,
That his campaign is actually giving out gold dollars instead of asking.
Well, you gotta be a loyal supporter
with money.
Well, that's called a loyal supporter.
So it's not free. It's making you think
Whatever,
it's free.
whatever the hell that means.
You know, some
Could I have
people
gotten
say
one?
You're a
Or
slave.
any of the dollars?
You're a Trump slave, Chuck. How dare you? How
Well,
dare
this
you turn the
slave,
American people?
this slave's living pretty good. I'll say that much.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you think
Yeah.
so? He thinks Project 2025 is like Mein Kampf, even though it was put out by this think tank Heritage
What?
Foundation. But it's just the same. I don't know. This seems like a lot of emotional.
Rumor has it that I will be the director of the re-education camps if he gets elected,
Oh, good. Then I'm not worried.
so that we get everybody on board this Trump train.
I thought the fist would do it, but it's there's still some holdouts.
Dude, I'm all into the show and optics, and I would get a Trump train. Like if I was Trump, I'd get myself like a nice shiny gold train.
An actual train.
Yeah,
I was seeing one of
travel
those little
United States.
choo-choos that they have at the zoos for kids to ride.
I made my
Get one
own
of
Trump
those.
train.
I know that's a super dumb idea because logistics for like the Secret Service would be horrible.
For a train?
Yeah, well, think about it. Any train on the track, on the president's train is on that track, right? So they'd have to monitor that whole track system, make sure no one
Yep.
put any bombs on it, and then any train that was associated with that track that would have been for civil use has to be shut down that day because it's specifically for that one train. It's a huge mess. It was just.
I can remember when Abraham Lincoln did that, how much trouble they had.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Oh man, I'm dumb. That would have cost $1 billion, but would have been funny. Trump train.
As long as he didn't take Amtrak.
I think it's
He's
going to be
got
more like
nowhere.
that little Mr. Rogers trolley that takes you to the land of make believe. But I'll still get on it because Kamala's world is even more
puppets?
make believe.
Oh, the videos exposing each other are getting good right now. The teams putting out the
Who?
exposing videos. Donald Trump's making exposing videos for Harris. Harris is making exposing videos for Trump. It's the full-on exposure time right now, guys. It's great. It's great. It's great.
I don't get how she's getting by being called black when she's what do they call that? Pajine?
She's BIPOC.
No,
She's brown. She's black enough.
India.
Plus, there's not a lot to expose on Trump. I mean, we've had him for 4 years. We know everything there is to know about the man.
I'm telling you.
Besides the fist.
Yeah, Daniel Price. I don't know about that. I heard about that Vance wasn't a fan of Trump before he was elected.
This is gossip.
VP.
This is celebrity gossip.
It is, but it's fun. It's fun, and I honestly
All
don't
right,
know.
y'all
But
have your fun then.
words are
Welcome.
just words, bro. People say dumb things. It's easily forgiven.
Yep.
In a place of business, I can move past dumb words.
Because
Yeah.
I've said many a dumb words myself.
Yeah, if the agenda is to make money, I'm like, bro, I forgive you for saying those dumb words. You want to go make some money? Like, yeah. All right, let's go. Can we change our attitudes and move forward? Yeah, let's go. Let's go make that money. But you're right. It is strange. It is strange, Daniel Price. Good point.
What's strange?
Just Trump choosing somebody that was talking crap on him. It is a strange move, right?
No, I think he chose the right person. I think that was the right message to appeal to that part of America.
If you think about it though, Daniel, and like everybody was talking crap on Trump, so he had to choose somebody from the litter.
Yeah,
he
throw
had
him
al-
in there. You have a link, put him in there.
And he had already changed his mind. Vance did some time back about
This is
Trump.
just gossip. This is still gossip. Even if you have the text messages, this is gossip. He's the running mate. They're obviously fine.
Well, if we had a verbal
What point are we
combat show
supposed to take
watch.
away from this, even if it's true?
Is it encoded? I want the encoded version. So I got to use my secret decoder ring.
Politics brings out the lizard brain of people. It's so hard to watch.
Oh, Philip, you know Rant? The guy
Heard of the panel verse person?
Yeah. He believes there's a snake person that lives in the dome of the Capitol. How's that for conspiracy?
That's beyond my pay grade.
Because I keep saying lizard and I keep getting corrected. It's a snake person.
Yeah, dude. The length, how do people? The spectrum of conspiracy theories is wide, bro.
Alive and well.
It's like
the
a
internet
360.
didn't have.
Can a spectrum be a 360?
I don't know. I thought, well, I guess it could be.
Usually they're just like, whoa, 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 but I guess
Yeah.
it could loop all the way around. You're so crazy, you come back around. Yeah. Sorry, I have a hard time keeping with the government talk. I venture off that real easy.
I seen a Jeep driving down the road today. I was on the way to the grocery store. It had a Trump flag on it that was bigger than the Jeep. It was huge.
People in that way, bro. Some people just live life on a different level.
I'm telling you.
What color was the Jeep? Red?
Pink. Yes, it was pink.
It was an OnlyFans model.
Jeeps. I actually thought it was, what do they call that, a Mary Kay Cosmetics car?
Man, do you know what's bad? All right, so there's a new trope, I guess, out, right? If you see a successful young girl, you're like, well, is she doing OnlyFans?
I can believe that.
Or is she actually, is there an education? Is there a skill behind it? I'm not saying there's no skills behind OnlyFans. Obviously, there's a skill behind any kind of production, right? Any kind of consistent production requires a discipline and skill. But it's like I see somebody and I'm like, dude, you look like an OnlyFans model. I'm sorry.
I never thought of it that way.
Well, I guess you're not in this world. Well, you're not in my world, right, Chuck? Like I'm looking for a potential, maybe a girlfriend or wife. So when I look at girls, I'm like, well, how come you got all that money? How'd you get that money?
Oh, good question.
Like how'd you get that far? Because there's been that idea that there's only certain ways girls get money, and it's either guys give it to them, or they work for it, or they do a hustle for it. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's only so many options people get money.
that lawyer dude, Nick Rekieta?
Oh, well, do I know Monograph? Joking.
Okay.
I
I didn't know it, but he's a trust fund baby.
Well, he might have been a trust fund baby, but his YouTube success kind of separated him from that, right? Or no? Would you say the opposite?
Up until now,
That
ever
was
since he lost his contract with Rumble, he shot himself in the foot.
Yes, not laws. Yeah, the crazy junk. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the new label for him. Yeah, it's sad to see the arcs people go through on YouTube, man. Ooh,
It is.
There's another content creator. He's going through it right now where he apparently, in Minecraft, he was saying in Minecraft he had cancer. Then 2 years later, finds.
Is that who it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, but Boogie says that he's pissed off and he might go after channels talking about him. So I try to avoid saying his name. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just seeing people have these, these
bring it on, Boogie.
Yeah. So, and then, like, for example, I don't know if you follow video games. Dr. Disrespect's going through an arc right now. So that guy's going through arc. What other genres are going through arcs right now?
Who's the guy that transitioned from the Mr. Beast show?
Oh yeah, so there's a guy Ava Christensen or something like that, or Christen. Or something like that. Yeah, I heard this horror stories there. So that guy's going through a arc right now.
Yep, a huge arc. Didn't
dipping down?
Didn't PewDiePie do the same thing? A big arc.
Yep. He's more like it is, but he's more like a wavy one. He goes up and down, and
okay.
Like, yeah. But he's getting to that point where I think he's going to retire, so I haven't seen much content posted lately. I could be wrong.
And a lot of these people I speak of, I only know their names from catching clips on somebody else's program.
It's amazing to think that some of these huge content creators that we don't know anything about them. Like, for example, I don't know if you guys know this, but the number one YouTube channel in the world is actually a channel from India.
Do you remember the kid that was doing this? Was a few years back. The kid that was doing toy reviews. What was his name? Ryan or something like that?
That's beyond me.
But he was 9 years old making like $5 million a year.
Yeah, that's where people say we're going through another economic crash. I'm like, well, that's before when everybody lived off paper money and making businesses off paper money. But now people can sit from their home and a kid can be worth $100 million before he's 18. You know what I mean? Like the amount of money flowing through the United States is crazy. It's
and call me old. I do not understand crypto at all.
Yep, I'm in that boat.
How can something that's worth nothing be worth so much?
Because they all agree it's worth something through a invisible contract.
But you turn off the internet, you ain't got no money.
But you got to understand, there's literally $1 billion industry in making sure the internet survives. It's not going anywhere, right? Even if there was like some kind of doomsday EMP, there's some guy out there with a Honda generator making sure he knows how to tweet. Hooked up to Starlink. That's even worse. That now the EMP doesn't affect the internet, Chuck. We have the internet is coming from space. So
that's true.
The whole idea that idea, it might have been something of the past, but I don't think the internet is actually going anywhere unless you disconnect from it.
Okay, I can see that.
So it is something I think that the reason why it did work is because the internet's not going anywhere, and they agreed on a visible contract that if we all invest in this, that we all profit from it.
But what are they investing in? That's what I can't figure out.
into a pool.
Is it a digital bank? Is that what it is?
I would think it's a digital. No, it's not a bank. Because it's not it's like you have a wallet that everybody pulls your money into like it's literally a pool, like in a poker a table. It's a pool. Everybody has their
Yeah.
own bet. I would think it's like that. And when everybody throws money into the pool, they all benefit from that. I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't
They
either.
all somehow there's like an interest or something that they build off the pool. I don't, or the pool is valued more, so maybe they can
Well,
somehow get money from it. I don't know.
have you seen what
Oh, and the chat's helping. Go ahead.
you
Chuck.
see what Bitcoin's worth right now? Like $65,000 a coin.
Yeah, I heard that there's actually a time where it splits. That's the best time to buy Bitcoin again, is when it splits every once in a while.
I did a couple of episodes with some friends on crypto. I put on my old channel. I put in the chat.
What's that? What'd you say,
Whoa,
Jeff?
guys, we just got some Jeff lore right now. He has an old channel.
Yeah,
What'd you?
it's on my new channel. New World Chaos was our old one.
What
And
was
anyway,
that
we
you
did
said?
some crypto episodes, so you could watch those. It's for people that are new to crypto.
Oh, do you understand crypto?
Not enough to care about it.
Okay.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah,
Same here.
I don't have any crypto. I haven't bought any.
Is there any maybe future interest in it or no? Like 100% just
No. No,
I'm
I think
interested in
what's it based on? Do you have any idea, Jeff?
yeah, it's stuff called proof of concept or proof of work. There's two different ways to base it on. You have to Google it to get the explanation.
Okay.
But yeah, it's based on how much energy it takes to mine the coin, or
To
I
mine a
forgot what proof of
coin.
concept is. Is it proof of concept? It's proof of work or proof of something else.
Okay, so Chuck, if you think about it, there is all these transactions going on in the world right now, right? And all these transactions are like
Proof of
have a
stake.
decimal
Yeah,
point.
that's it.
There's a decimal point, right, to that transaction. Like every dollar isn't a complete dollar; it's like a $.00.41. You remember how they did in Office Space, where they wanted to take off that little penny, that little tenth of
Yeah.
a penny off every transaction? Maybe that's what Bitcoin is. That's what mining is. That they go and
That's
find.
That's not what it is.
It's not. Well, how do
It's
you
math
mine
equation. It's complex math equations.
to find what? What are they? What are the math equations looking for? What's the solution?
Hank, will you come up here and explain it? This is beyond my ability to explain. That's why I posted the
Okay.
link to where I have experts on
Okay.
explaining it for everybody.
Okay.
This
Thank you, Jeff.
crypto is not my field of expertise. I know it involves blockchain, proof of stake or proof of work, math equations that keep the blockchain secure. It's written in this, is it hexadecimal? Or some kind of code that keeps it complicated enough to be secure, and it involves how much energy it takes to mine the coins in the first place from solving these math equations.
I thought
But
that
please
was.
don't ask me to put it all together into a coherent explanation.
I thought mining wasn't healthy for the energy grid. Holy crap, that
It
was gnarly.
uses a lot of energy to run the
Oh, yeah.
computers that it takes to solve these math equations that it takes to mine the coin. And one coin is called a Satoshi.
And it produces a lot of heat. Those computers are working like overtime.
I don't care about that Daniel Price, because I think the DEI stuff is way worse for America than whatever Donald said about a piece of ass. So when I weighed in the ballots, it still doesn't overcome what I see on the left. That's why this is just gossip. It's just made to muddy, like cloud the actual values at stake.
Chuck,
Donald's a convicted felon too. I don't even care about that.
What, Philip?
I finally remember the question I was going to ask you earlier. I need your mentor advice. It wasn't a
Okay.
dumb joke. It is a dumb joke. Oh,
let
yeah,
me answer the cryptocurrency questions real quick.
Nope. Hold on. Hello, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, now you can answer. You always got to introduce yourself, man.
No, I don't. So proof of stake and proof of work is pretty much the basic options for producing new tokens. That's what cryptocurrency produces, tokens. What else? Secure hash, SSA, is the algorithm they usually use to produce tokens if it's a proof of work, and if it's proof of stake, they just use whatever method they feel like, pretty much. Usually proof of stake's a scam. A lot of proof of stake cryptocurrency is a scam, so they just just magic up a bunch.
Where are they mining from? Just the internet?
So mining's just what is it called? A metaphor for how they create tokens. So it's not mining from anywhere specifically. It's just running out the math equations. That's called mining. It's a metaphor.
So
these computers are solving these complex math equations, and it takes energy for the computers to run long enough to solve these equations. So that's
the tokens. Yeah.
Use of energy.
Yeah, to make the tokens. Yeah.
And every time it solves one of these equations or something, it generates one coin. So however many. So it's constant work. It's solving all these equations.
Or a fraction of a coin, or a fraction of it. So it's not necessarily.
Is that a Satoshi?
Well, so Bitcoin gets fractionated for like 16 spaces or something, 16 sections. So Satoshi's the smallest unit, but you ought to mine a whole coin at a time.
Yeah, but what's the math breaking down?
It's running secure hash mostly. SSA 1 or SSA 256. I'll get it.
Is it mining transactions?
No, the transact. Actually, yes. So usually it's mining transactions, but yeah. Or the transaction are being mined. So transaction processing is part of the mining process, but also it has to solve secure hash. Unless it's proof of stake, then it could just magic it up and do stuff. But to use proof of stake coins is usually a scam.
It sounds like something that someone invented.
Yes, like all software, it's invented.
Yeah, you're quite the writer, Daniel. I'm using gossip in the sense of something extraneous to the conversation, not very relevant or significant.
Do you guys
not
know
in the sense of not factual, but not important for my purposes. It's
do you guys
just
know
noise.
The history of Bitcoin?
Yes.
Like who
In fact,
invented it?
you can read it on the GitHub repository.
I guess that's where you start, Chuck. If we really wanted to know more about, Bitcoin, the information's out there.
Yeah,
we're just being ignorant.
This is almost
well,
worse
Jeff
than the water
posted
pump.
a link, so I'll watch that.
Well, thank you, Hank. That helps.
Yeah,
I could not have done.
I'm putting a GitHub repository link in the back, so you can go there and read every goddamn commit if you want.
Here's a question for both of you guys. Chuck's not involved. Fuck you, Chuck.
Well, Chuck's involved with the electricity, which Bitcoin specifically, not all cryptocurrency uses a lot of electricity because secure hash is not the fastest. It's much harder than a credit card transaction. Running a secure hash is much harder. So a credit card could do like 1 million transactions for every one Bitcoin transaction.
So I know Jeff's perspective on Bitcoins right now. Do you think it's worth pursuing more knowledge about it in this current state, or do you think it's a fade that's drying up? It's like the amount of equations to solve are limited now. I heard mining's dying. I heard it's dying.
It's not dying. It's just really, really hard to do. So unless you have what's it called? Unless you own a lot of property in China, so you can get the electricity and the service for cheap, it's just gonna be really hard to compete. So it's
Well,
not
can I
dying; it's
just?
just hard.
But I mean, isn't it worth it just to invest into Bitcoin, not necessarily be a miner? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is, but not for good reason. It's only worth doing because we're going to destroying pretty much most countries destroying the currency value, and Bitcoin is deflationary, so will increase instead of decrease because it can't just
Right.
print it all. So
Like,
that's the reason I hold it.
Like, for example, someone can create a new way of looking at a new way of applying new math equations to mine something again, could potentially happen in the future. So
Yeah,
this is
it can
future
happen, but not the
technology
Bitcoin.
that's
Well,
worth
we have to do a
knowing.
split. So it can happen with Bitcoin, but it's not gonna be the main Bitcoin. It happens with Ethereum all the time because it's easier to fork and split and stuff.
Correct. I see what you're saying now. All right, yeah. Then Chuck, if you're still interested in making money, then yeah, I would say Bitcoin would be something to learn.
Yeah, I saw an article the other day talking about XRP is going to get hot again.
I heard about it, but Illumitami thinks that too, so I'm actually using him as a negative indicator. So
I was going by an article I read. I didn't go by Tommy.
Yeah.
Is that based on science? Is that based on science, or is that based on biased negative indicator for Tommy?
It's based on science. I use Tommy as a negative indicator.
Forgive me for second guessing you, Hank. Okay, I should have known it was by science. Yeah, sorry.
Hey, anybody that wears a fedora, you got to listen to.
No, you don't.
Right. If Tommy was wearing a fedora, would you listen to him, Chuck? Huh? Yeah.
Good point. Good point. You got me.
What do you think, Hank? I might have to gift Jeff a MAGA hat, so he can have one. He can join.
You have one, don't you, Hank?
I have 3.
Oh,
wow. So I mean, Chuck has one. Hank.
Where's
has
the
one?
best place to get MAGA hats?
From Donald Trump's official website, so you have an
not
official
Amazon.
one. No, not Amazon.
Let me look. I'm going to shop right now. Let's see.
Yeah, let me know how much them $1,000 bills are. They're on the website.
Well, right, Chuck, should they be worth $1,000?
I wish.
Hey,
why
is
doesn't
that
it pull up his website?
Is that false advertising? Can I sue Trump? Hey, I got this $1,000 bill. It ain't worth $1,000.
It ain't worth nothing. Probably ain't even
nothing,
worth.
I put a link to the official MAGA hat in private chat.
Oh, okay. That's what I was looking for.
Man, Hank's on this stuff.
When you figure that out.
It's one of his favorite tabs.
No, I'm not voting for him again.
Official $40? No way.
For the camouflage hat?
Just a regular MAGA hat. Let's see, hats.
What's the most expensive?
I don't like their camo hat. Where did you get yours, Chuck? I don't see that on here at all. They even have.
It came from
women.
Can you share
Trump's
your screen, Jeff, and show us what the
oh yeah, let's take a look.
Looks like
MAGA hat. Let's shop for MAGA gear.
I don't know what should happen first, a throne or a MAGA hat. What should happen first?
They're all $40. So I like the Trump Vance one. See, this looks cheap. Chuck's is way better than this. This is like something you get at a truck stop. MAGA King, look at this.
I might have to get that one.
Latino
all
Americans.
show up here with MAGA hats.
The Tinks. Black Americans for Trump. Same color as gun owners for Trump. And veterans for Trump. So that's it. Chuck, yours were way cooler.
What other merch do they have?
Wow.
Let's see. Apparel, t-shirts.
Let me see if it's got the site on it. Let me go
Not
look
guilty.
at it.
He is guilty. The shame. The lack of. Look at this. The Obama version. King Trump. Daddy Trump.
Oh, someone has a great question. Where are those hats made out of? Does it say, dude, made in China? Like, does it say like materials and stuff? Or does it list that? If you click on a hat, does it say "Made in China"? What does your hat say, Chuck?
I'm
And,
looking.
Hank, does it have a tag that says
Due
"Made
to
in
high
China,"
demand,
bro?
shipping could be delayed.
Or were they smart enough to cut that tag off? We're shipping it. That's all someone had to do.
It's
Could you
considered a
imagine that?
contribution. You have to be a U.S. citizen
Oh my gosh.
just to order the hat.
Have you guys ever done manufacturing as a job?
No.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that. Being a manufacturing worker. And like, can you imagine being like the guy who made the MAGA hats and you're just sitting there like, motherfuckers, I gotta make America great hats while sitting in China.
See, I knew it. Here it is, Daniel. I knew it.
Made it. Yep. Made in
You have a
USA.
complex about Christians.
So mine remain in USA, but I don't have the newer ones, so he could have made them somewhere else.
Did you paid $40 for each hat? That's like $120 worth of hats.
I think I paid like maybe 25
at
but
Walmart.
Yes. No,
wanted to-
not Walmart, Jeff. I just showed that's where I got my hats. The official website. These are official MAGA hats.
Oh, I didn't see it in the back. Okay.
I'm
No,
curious.
that's the one we just looked at. They were 40.
Yeah, bro. I bought mine years ago and prices changed, Jeff.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
They're old MAGA.
Bidenomics, Jeff. Bidenomics.
Even the MAGA hats. Trump must be so frustrated he can't sell them at 20 like he wants to.
This was Patriot Inspired is the website.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for knockoffs.
Yeah, well, the knockoffs were better than the official ones to me.
You know what's sad is I don't remember seeing one Biden hat. I saw let's go Brandon hats, but not one Biden hat.
But yeah, I'm probably not gonna vote for Trump again because he did the insurrection thing. So,
Hey, Hank, I got a question.
I
for you,
don't
brother,
see
if you don't
that
mind.
website, Chuck. Is it Born Primitive?
Well, it says Patriots Inspired. I'll see if I can find it.
okay, what's your question, KingFillip?
Did you travel the Panelverse today? Were you on multiple streams today, or is this your first show visiting today?
Well, it's 2 a.m., so it's the first show today.
Oh, it's 2 a.m. I didn't realize it was that early for you.
Well, yeah, so it's the first show today.
Okay, yesterday, Friday.
Go to my playlist. I put pretty much every show I appear on the playlist.
Oh wow, really?
Oh, we can't talk about it.
We can't. No, we're not. No, I need to get prepared for work, so I'm not gonna stay and chat about where I go. We need to just go and look.
So no,
Okay,
you cannot talk
no,
about
I
it.
appreciate you entertaining my question. And thank you.
Mhm.
You may continue preparing for work. Oh
Yeah, I didn't know he had a whole playlist that he puts
Yeah.
himself on. Hanko Flammy on panel.
Yeah,
Sure
I love that,
enough,
though.
244 videos already.
He denied my question. It was awesome. He's all, no, I'm not gonna answer. I'm not gonna play these games. Peace out. That was Hank for sure, bro.
Looks like the last one was 2 months ago. Flow state. It's not updated. Well, are y'all ready to wrap up? It's almost 4.5 hours.
Yes, brother. I appreciate you having me on. I thought this was a good experience, even though I'm not a big fan of the visual part.
Neither.
But,
I hate it. I thought it sucked. This
It
is the one
does.
stream
This-
people will probably watch the least because of the format. I'm not trying it again. I'm satisfied with the experiment. I ran it. It's a bust. No more.
Still nothing. Still nothing, Jeff. No
Of what?
bump. No bump from running vertical.
Probably not. Let's see.
All this is a TikTok style layout.
I don't even want the tick. No, in fact, we dropped one. We lost one. See how?
Damn.
Bye. Good night, everybody. It's over.
It's over. It's
Fuck up my
crying
channel.
time.
Take care, brothers. Peace.
See you at the
Have a
next one,
good
the
one.
real one. At
All
the
right.
widescreen version. Bye. Oh God, what a disaster. Let me get this pile off of here. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.